Radio Network.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast. With a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-O.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha and everylevelconcrete.com. You know, it feels so great to have everybody back in studio.
Yes, it does. It's been a while.
Nice places over here. It just feels right again.
Yeah.
So we'll all certainly not be mad at anything today during the show and during the crossover.
No, we got live football on. It's great.
We got live everything
football,
on.
right?
We got great Big East game going on right now.
Yep.
A little pregame tilt before the football today.
The Bills are going to lose.
Snow.
Most people love football.
Most.
Some don't.
Some don't.
Are you going to be emo Josh today?
Why? I mean, why would I be happy today?
There was
sad Taco Bell.
There was two people in this room.
Had a sad beer.
Teams, participated in the playoffs. They were optimistic going into the games this weekend, but not. I wouldn't call Nick or John confident. Really confident.
Oh God, no.
I thought Nick was confident, or John was confident.
John,
I felt good. I felt good about the Rams winning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you like, I think we're going to go to the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship?
No, because this is San Francisco's tournament to lose.
Okay.
But I thought we would win. I picked us to win.
All right. So you were probably a little bit more confident than Nick over here.
Nick was not confident.
Well, there was no way in hell. There was really no reason
for
agree. Nick to be confident.
Half his roster was hurt.
The universe was fighting against the Dolphins. There was no way it was going to happen.
But now
No, I'm not saying
they're just worse than the Chiefs. It's okay.
No, I'm not saying that as like, the universe is the people. I'm saying it was the third or fourth coldest playoff game ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Tua is notoriously bad in the cold.
He's
notoriously bad when the weather's in the 60s.
He might just be bad.
There was no way it was going to happen. It just
like
wasn't
my quarterback.
And then we had Josh.
Yeah.
Who felt famously really good about the Cowboys for the first time in his life.
I felt pretty good.
It happens every year. Trust
I
me.
felt more confident than last year, which makes
that was the problem.
Makes it all the worse.
You should have been sad.
Makes it all the worst.
That was bad.
Yeah.
That was bad.
You ever watch your team and you realize within like 3 drives that the game is over?
Yes.
That was yesterday.
I watched that a lot, actually.
Yeah.
But
within 3 drives.
Let's be fair, it was 4.
It was Packers first drive, Cowboys first drive. When CD dropped the pass and then looked at Dak and it's like, did one of you sleep with the other significant other on Wednesday?
Yeah.
That you're reacting. And then they show when they came back from break and they're like, yeah, look at this awkward tension. And Mike McCarthy has to go over and calm him down. I'm like, oh, okay. It's that. It's one of those days. Not fun. Yeah. So it was over within 3 drives, not even 4. Screw you, Hammer. Oh, man.
It brightened my day.
It was
I ain't gonna lie.
objectively funny.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm not enjoying this because I am.
Yeah, I rooted for the Lions
sad.
hard last night, so I was very happy that they won it.
Well, guess what? You're still going to get a double barrel style. So
they just
get
kept
ready.
scoring. It just kept happening.
It never stopped.
I was like, Dallas they're gonna score at some point, right? Nope. They just kept not scoring.
Yep. We were driving over to a family Christmas, which we famously finally completed yesterday. which adds a whole host of other.
Did you really?
Oh yeah, and I got a Cowboys hat, by the way, which was so funny. But we're driving, and she's driving, and I'm watching on my phone, and the pick six happened, and I throw my phone, and she goes, "Don't throw your phone in the car. The windshield is cold. You could have broken the window."
It's true.
It's very,
it didn't go very far.
Smart of
It
her,
didn't hit the
yes.
windshield. For the
Yes.
record, I just kind of tossed it and it spun around.
Oh, I do those. Sometimes.
Yeah, and it hit the dashboard and then just
a
kind
light toss.
of stopped. Yeah. So
I mean,
Yeah,
that play was a perfect encapsulation of everything because it was like, we've got to throw the ball to 88. Hey, guys, we're throwing the ball to 88. Bing, gone.
Yep.
Yeah, it was
Not fun. Not enjoyable in any way, shape, or form.
yeah, I thought it was great.
Yeah, me too. When the Lions lost or won.
Sad.
So I can't even speak today.
But John was so happy after the game.
I was happy after the
Yeah,
game.
you're tweeting happy
John was like,
things to
everything's
Chance.
great.
Yeah. Congrats to
Hey,
Chance.
Hold on.
My life's not ruined.
My life's not ruined.
Yeah,
My
well,
team was a year
makes
ahead
one
of
of us.
schedule. My team was a year ahead of schedule. I also have confidence in knowing I have competent ownership, competent coaching, competent front office. I got competent everything, and we have first-round draft picks for the first time. I have no reason to feel emo. They lost.
He's got a lot of good
They
points.
lost. They lost to a good team. The Lions are a good team.
Some people don't have those things.
No.
So I feel fine. I feel fine.
That's good.
I can live with it. I mean, was I pissed last night? Of course. Well, was I pissed when the officials, the Rams breathe on Jared Goff and they throw a freaking penalty and then Matthew Stafford gets stomped on and his head gets crashed into the ground and they're like, I don't know. Sure I was.
Yeah.
Sure I was. NFL refs suck ass.
I
But
like
that's
when
not the reason they lost.
I like when the independent concussion guy came out and tried to take Puka.
Oh,
Nacua
good Lord.
After they already checked him.
Seriously, I swear to God, one of these days, one of these officials needs to actually go through concussion protocol because I wonder if some of them are actually performing under duress.
That's good.
I would love to, you know what they need? They need the eye in the sky for the players. They need the eye in the sky for the officials. And I get to be that guy. I'm going to buzz down every time and say, take that dude out, and take that dude out.
There wouldn't be any refs by the end of the game, though, John.
And maybe the game would be better.
Call your own fouls?
No refs.
Maybe the game would be better.
How'd you guys feel about when Mahomes had a chunk taken out of his helmet and then they just stopped the
Chuck
game?
is on the court again.
Unbelievable.
There he goes.
Nick, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of actually the game that I announced yesterday when the refs randomly decided at two different points during the game to call media timeouts because they screwed something up. And they looked up, they were reviewing things and they were just like, media timeout. Like at one point, Flan went over to them like, you can't do that. You can't just decide it's a media timeout.
Yeah.
So refs are just able to do whatever they want, I
Yes.
think is the lesson now. And
Yes.
I think it's a new year in 2024. You're allowed to kind of do whatever you want to do.
Like,
Unless TV tells him no. TV's in charge of everything.
Yeah.
TV's like, no, you can't.
Or streaming.
Or streaming.
It wouldn't have mattered to the outcome of the game either way, but I thought it was weird that they didn't force him to take a penalty or timeout or anything. For it.
Yeah, I did too. But apparently for an equipment failure like that, you don't have to.
Was it you or someone else who tweeted about Thurman Thomas? Was that you?
I did.
Okay, it's like Thurman Thomas famously can't find his helmet.
Can't find his helmet.
In the Super Bowl.
Doesn't play the first series.
Which is just
and
Cost
yet,
him a
and
series
yet,
of plays.
And yet the official calls Mahomes over. He played the play with the
he did
with
what,
the big
one?
crack.
Did he do one or two plays?
He
with
had
the
one
crack?
play
At
with
least
the big
one.
crack.
Okay, I thought he did two.
I think it was 2.
Yeah.
Well,
And then
either way,
they finally noticed
they
it.
finally-
like, hey,
Because
you
the
have a hole in
announcers
your head.
and then like someone walks out and just says, "Here's your new helmet," and he puts it on.
Can't
And
get
he's
it
right
on.
back in the game. It was like an F1 pit
We
stop. It
love
was just
technology.
like bing, bing, bong. You're done. You're playing.
Bing, bing,
which
bong.
was a great analogy because F1
Thank
pit
you.
stops very cool,
They are very cool and very fast.
which is a good thing.
Yet the Bills did not have a backup helmet for Thurman Thomas.
it was a different time in
It
the
was
90s.
a very different time. Very different time.
I don't know how that doesn't happen more. Well, I mean, the game was frozen.
Yeah.
So how did that not happen the entire game where everybody's heads were just cracking all over?
It was kind of like I can't remember which episode, but what was it one of the cartoons or was it one of the live action where no, in Jedi when Vader's helmet gets busted open.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. It looked like
You remember?
Of course. Star Wars.
yeah, his
Nailed
helmet
it.
gets busted open.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
It was kind of there was a cool camera shot they had before the ref stopped the game where it was just him and doing the quarterback thing with a big chunk out of it. It was kind of cool.
I'm kind of bummed that he didn't throw a touchdown with that, just because it would have been like a fun little Mahomes, the legend continues.
Now, where does that helmet go? Do they send it right to the Hall of Fame?
Ooh, great question.
This is when Patrick Mahomes'
I don't know.
head got hold.
This is when Patrick Mahomes destroyed the Dolphins in a game that was close, maybe for the first two
Harrison
quarters.
Butker.
By the way,
Feel that.
rather than save this take for hot takes tomorrow, our hot take market, how are we feeling about the Chiefs now doing this again?
They're going to do it again
Because
No, they're not.
it's all set up for.
that's how I
It's
left.
all set up.
I left Saturday thinking they're going to do this again. The Bills will win today. They will beat the Bills in Buffalo. They will beat the Ravens in Baltimore. And
It's horrible.
They will go to another Super Bowl.
John, I told you
No.
this on Saturday. It's
No.
all set up for the Chiefs.
I mean, it's set up. Yes, it may be set up. They may get an extra day, and I get all that.
Two.
But I'm not going to overreact because, let's face it, I mean, Nick's Dolphins were in a bad situation with the Russians that were out, with the other injuries that they
I didn't
had.
think the Dolphins were going to win.
Yeah.
This
I'm not going to overreact to this game because I got to go off of the last 6-7
John,
weeks
It's been trending
when the
this way,
Chiefs
though.
were like, kind of
They've
middling
been-
around.
They've been on shorter rests than their opponents all season long. They've played backup quarterbacks. All these quarterbacks in the AFC have gotten hurt.
And now they're going to have a huge rest advantage.
They have a huge rest of, like now they do. But this
Yeah,
has
they
been
will.
trending this way, even though this has been nobody would say that this is their best team.
Not even close.
Not even close. But they're getting some breaks here. And
I don't want,
sometimes it's about the team.
I don't want to come off as like a fan, like an apologist, but I think of how they lost to the Bills the first time. I mean, it took a freak offsides penalty, rightfully called, but it took a freak offsides penalty for them to lose the first time. They will, if they go into Buffalo or if they play the Texans, it's like that. They're not going to be afraid. Like they don't care. They're going to be fine. They threw the ball 50 times
They
in
have
negative
never,
whatever.
Mahomes has not had to face a road playoff game.
I don't think that's
that
gonna
is
matter,
a different
though.
animal. That is a different animal.
The Texans are going to win.
That is a different animal.
I'm no longer disrespecting the Chiefs. They're going to the Super Bowl.
This isn't disrespecting them. It's just acknowledging what they are. They're
wanna put it
not
on the list.
They're not what they were last
Putting it
year.
on the list. Get
and
the
they're
X.
not what they were 3 years ago when they won.
Kansas
They're
City,
still good, and yes, they're dangerous. But we'll see. I'm
what do you
not
think?
going to overreact because they beat the Dolphins, who were an undermanned team in frigid temperatures.
Let's play a new fun game called Guess Potential Point Spreads for next weekend.
Oh, very interesting.
Kansas City against Buffalo.
Probably Buffalo by 3, 2.5. 3.
I was going to say 2 or 2.5.
I was going to say 3. I would hammer Kansas City +3.
Yeah, me too.
Crush.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see. I mean, obviously, we got to see if Buffalo gets there first.
Which they won't, because the chaos bracket is going to be right.
No, Nick, the chaos bracket's already way off.
Only
That's
on the
another
NFC
way it would
side.
fall for the Chiefs. They'd get a home game out of that.
Chaos bracket, my ass. You didn't even pick the Packers.
Only on the NFC side.
No,
I
he
only
said the
picked chaos.
AFC.
It's
Remember, he's an
chaos.
AFC boy.
It's
Yes.
AFC.
But there's no
chaos.
chaos. So, I mean, he picked a home slight dog to win, and they won.
You guys picked the other one.
Yeah, but
It's not chaos.
yeah, that's just a 4 beating a 5. A 7 beating a 2. Now that's chaos, Nick.
Which is what's going to happen.
Oh, that's right. Nick is on the Steelers today. So if the Steelers win, then maybe
Well,
we
yeah,
If both sevens beat both twos,
Listen, if-
that is chaotic.
If the Steelers win today, then Nick's got a leg to stand on for a week.
People forget about the other 7 beating the 2.
Yeah, the first 7 beating a 2.
Oh, that one surprised me. I'm sorry, Josh.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick. It's nice to have one person on my side today.
Well, you knew I wasn't going to be on your side. You knew I was.
I know,
rooting
but
for
we
Green
always
Bay.
are kind to each other. When
I
our
was.
teams
I
falter
am
in
being
the
kind.
playoffs.
I
The
didn't
first
tweet
joke
about
you
it.
made to me as I arrived, that wasn't very kind. It was a
What are
little
you talking about? I asked if how are your wrists doing?
John, that's very hurtful.
I could have you could have just walked in and I could have just gone bump, banana.
See, but now
go,
you're doing
Pat,
this.
go.
If you say I could have
I
done,
could
it,
have
Well,
done
don't
it.
say
all
I'm
of-
being mean. Listen, don't say I'm being
John's
mean
not
until
being
I'm
mean.
really being mean.
Mm,
I
okay.
wasn't being mean.
Okay.
He's just asking how you're doing.
Yeah.
How your wrists are doing.
Bad. For the record, bad.
I knew
that's
you were doing
horrible.
bad.
Now, Josh, how do you handle I assume that there was a lot of people probably contacting you in various forums
Yes.
yesterday.
Bad.
How'd you do with that?
I don't. Now, some of these people are friends or friend adjacent, and they listen to the show. So I don't really want to be mean, kind of like how John is not being mean to me. But I don't think there's anything worse than someone that you are like, again, friendly adjacent to, not a true friend, but you're like, oh, I hang out with him from time to time. Reaching out and saying, sorry, man. It's like, I don't want to hear from you right now.
Yeah.
I want to talk to my dad.
That's tough.
And like Schaefer is probably the person that I commiserate with the most about the NFL because we don't hate each other's teams and our teams always suck. So it's like handshake meme. So like I want to talk to him and then a couple other friends. But when I'm hearing from random folks and they're like, hey, this is a bummer.
Yeah, that's the worst thing
No
you
crap,
can say.
This is why I keep the phone away when I'm pissed off.
John, it happened all night. Oh man, I didn't see this coming. Yeah, neither did I.
I'm sorry, man.
This is great.
That's the last text I ever want to get. I'm sorry, man.
I appreciate Josh Hodson, who's listening right now. Josh Hodson made me laugh because I wish I could remember. I should pull up the text real fast. He texted me today. I learned D-Day was delayed a day due to weather. Thanks for that. And it came like right as Dallas. I mean, the game was like 14-0 probably at the time. And I said, thank you. I needed a laugh.
Yeah.
I appreciate this text message.
That was a very good community note on Twitter.
Yes. Very funny.
Yeah.
But most of the other people, it's not even the man, I am really close to cussing many times right now. It's not the dip bleeps that reach out just are like, ho. It's the ones who are trying to be nice. And it's like, I just don't want to hear from you, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you got to
stay
put
away.
the phone down.
But John, it happens again.
That's why John was trying to be mean to you today.
all
Yeah.
night.
He threw his phone at the car already.
I did put my phone down, John. I went, and it went spin.
Well, yeah, you were watching the game.
It was like the player on Saturday.
I meant staying off the Twitter and the text and all that.
Oh,
It's just
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you don't need this. You don't need this aggravation.
Hmm.
You don't need it.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause you're already suffering.
Ziggy, talking about my no longer disrespecting the Chiefs, says, whoa. You're only willing to say they're going?
Disrespect.
Yeah, I guess that is disrespect.
Listen, you could say they're going to win every game by 50, and they'll, how come you didn't say 51?
That's a great point.
So I want to revise my rankings, by the way.
Of?
The tolerance rankings.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to slide Frisco up one.
Oh. Wow.
What did they do?
You hate this team now. This is so funny.
I'm not.
What did they do this time?
They had a bye week.
No, I'm just.
No, he slid them above a team that I might be in on now for the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh. What happened? What happened this time?
Nothing.
Okay.
I just
Trying to get
just
brownie points.
realizing it and just understanding it and knowing how. I mean, I had someone last night.
Stibbs was right.
I had one of the members of
really?
the kingdom reach out last night when I tweeted out to Chance my congratulations, and they said, "Can you watch this all over on Peacock?"
I love how mad John has become the mascot for Peacock. It's so funny how mad they get over it. John,
Good,
it's the
get
NFL.
so
What?
mad.
John didn't make the decision.
It's a good channel. I watched the game on
Dude,
it.
I ended up watching
broadcasts.
I ended up watching the Saturday afternoon game. I was like, you know what? My HD right now, a little off. I'm gonna
the Peacock.
Gorgeous.
The Peacock
It's gorgeous.
broadcast is so
Plus,
good.
here's a take. I like the little music theme.
I
like it. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, because I heard it. I heard it for the first time for the basketball game last Tuesday. I was like, you know what? I kind of dig this.
Instead of seeing the same local commercials with the whatever it's just
We'll be back in a
Here's some
moment.
selections on Peacock.
Mhm.
You can watch Ted. Oh, cool.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't notice the difference even a little bit. If I'm watching
you're like
the
Mark
football
with
game,
sound bars.
if I'm watching the football game, I can't tell what channel it's on besides, if it's NBC, CBS, whatever. Like,
the picture. on
I
Peacock
can't tell.
Yeah,
the
it's much sharp.
exquisite.
It's much sharper.
I love the Peacock.
Oh, that's
the
what we were
the
talking
NBC
about.
Peacock product.
Oh, okay. You just
But
can't tell the HD is better.
I'm talking about the difference between streaming and not streaming.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't matter.
It's funny. It's why I rarely I don't even watch shows off the DVR anymore. I'd rather watch it on streaming because it's better.
Same here.
The quality is way. It's like I'll wait a day and I'll watch it the next day.
Yeah,
And they do
I was
have
watching the
ads
Cowboys
sometimes.
game on the Fox app through the Roku because the picture's better.
Yeah, that game didn't need to be watched in any better clarity.
It looked good.
Oh, did it?
Great uniform matchup.
Great uniform match.
It always is.
It's a good uniform matchup.
Yeah, it always is.
Great matchup for Green Bay.
It always.
Congrats,
is.
corporate.
I didn't
Dan.
realize they were 6-0 in AT&T Stadium.
Wow.
They're
Yeah.
6-0.
Yeah, I didn't. Someone I heard a stat this week. It's like, yeah, they won 9 out of the last 10 versus the Cowboys, and I was like, that can't be true. I remember the last time Dallas won in Lambeau, but it was 2016.
Is it?
I
before
can't
they
remember the
lost
other-
that year?
Is it too early to declare Jordan Love as the third generational quarterback for Green Bay in a row?
I mean, everyone else is, Nick, so you might as well hop on the bandwagon.
I'd
The fun
call
thing is to predict what he will do after his career that is heinous. That's the thing to
Go to
figure
play
out.
for the Jets.
Who's he going to
Yeah,
steal
so
from?
yeah, he'll play well. So
He'll play for the Jets.
so Favre stole. Rodgers is Rodgers. What's going to be problematic in 15 years that he'll do. I mean, the next step would. I guess I probably shouldn't say.
See,
what I was gonna
it's
say.
weird because
Don't want to get sued.
It's weird because remember that listener who said I'm not allowed to say any left wing stuff, otherwise I owe a quarter.
Yeah.
I hear Jordan Love says a lot of left wing stuff.
Oh, he's a left wing guy.
Yeah,
he's a lefty. Huh?
I have no idea.
I think he's a lefty.
I have no. He's a right-hander.
Nice.
He's got a pretty good arm too.
Oh, my guy's a
It looks
lefty.
good
Are you
coming
Nick?
out of
Are
his
you
arm.
willing to hop on the bandwagon and say that he is the next Hall of Famer?
Yeah, screw it. I'll say it.
I mean, I'm not gonna put it on the
Screw it.
list.
I'm not
That's
going to say he's
really-
a Hall of
No.
Famer, but he looks pretty damn good.
I like Jordan Love a lot.
Nick, I
He
want you to be.
looks
I
pretty
want you to
damn
be
good.
conviction. You don't have some conviction on this. Like, tell me why he's going to the Hall of Fame. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Because
If you believe it. You
I
believe
do
it.
believe it. Green Bay has apparently some kind of weird voodoo to where they can just produce good
Okay.
quarterbacks all the time.
He's next. Jordan Love is next.
Could be.
Shafe had the gumption to text me today and say, I think this actually might be worse for me than it is for you.
Because he has to
That's
deal
a
with
good
Jordan
point.
Love for 15 more
He's got to
years.
deal with it.
Yeah, but in the immediacy, I have to deal with yesterday. So that's where I'm in a worse spot
Hey,
today.
But yesterday
Definitely
already
today.
happened.
Yeah.
So you don't have to do it again.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
He's got to look forward to the future.
Yeah. I did wake up this morning to go to the bathroom. And then I remembered yesterday. I was like, oh, this sucks.
Hey, all you're
just horrible. I think sneakily, after a bad loss, waking up the next day and remembering actually might be worse than the day
That's
itself.
a good take. I
It's
like
pretty
that.
bad.
It sucks. Like when you were, it just
But
hits
that
you.
was real.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, because I've never had one of those, oh, am I dreaming? Like, I've never had that, but it's just like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
But
You know, at least
It's
it's
really
all-
sinking in now.
Yeah,
huh?
it is. And the best part about a season ending is, right now I'm in my misery, but like obviously I'll be optimistic again in 9 months. So it's like it does take a long time to build
When Bill
back up.
Belichick's
9
the coach.
days.
Yeah.
9 days.
Yeah, when Belichick's hired in 3 days, I'll be like, guys, his defense was still good, and he's a great game planner, and Dak is.
What's he gonna do with Dak? That was my main thing off of yesterday.
Oh no, I just had a horrible thought. What if Harbaugh goes to the Cowboys?
That'd be awesome. Sign me
Yeah,
up.
that'd be awesome.
I'd love Jim. Give me Jim Harbaugh. Kidnap him from Los Angeles.
What are they going to do with Dak?
I have
Not to
no
get
idea.
too sportsy on the crossover,
He's,
but
he's owed $59 million. His dead cap hit is 61. If you were to want to do so, you can't cut him, obviously.
Yeah.
Even if you trade him, that's a lot that you have hanging over you. You could restructure, but then you're stuck with him for many more years.
So what? weren't
I
they
almost
going-
say play it out and just deal with the consequences of next year and then move on.
that's only one more year.
One more
They
year.
were talking about all throughout this year extension.
Correct, because he was an MVP candidate.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
No.
He failed. I mean, he looked so scared. Everyone was like, yeah, he looked nervous in warm-ups even. Now, I missed that because I was driving home from the Creighton game. But everyone said that in warm-ups he looked He did not.
I think that's a confirmation bias thing. I didn't.
He looked scared when the game started. That's for sure. Hey, CD.
They had the one.
Instead of here we go. Here we go.
They had the one more, the one slow mo close up shot of his face after he threw one of the picks, and he was like,
yeah, not great, man.
Like he just couldn't believe what was happening to him.
Now,
I agree
in
with you,
his
John. It's about
defense, the
confirmation.
first interception was a great play by Alexander.
Yes, it was.
I
Might have gotten there a little early, a little physical.
I don't think it was a terrible throw. Now, the second one, that was
bad.
That was telegraphed.
Yeah, but then I mean, a lot of the incomplete passes early were horrible too. Overthrowing.
Yeah, he could have
guys.
thrown more picks
Yeah,
than he did.
Yeah, him and CD were not on the same page at all yesterday. Bad times.
Sack.
See, I would if it were me, I would say let's bring him back, and then we'll deal with the consequences of that insane cap hit for next year, and then you can move forward.
1 year of Bill Belichick and Dak Prescott.
Odd times.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, I want Harbaugh. If they're gonna fire McCarthy, I want them to go after Harbaugh. So I'll probably be disappointed and end up with like Dan Quinn. Cool.
Hey, let's get the guy who played dime the entire game
Let's get a bunch
against that grunting attack and
Tiny
make
baby
him the
linebackers
coach.
all over the place. Very cool.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah, not great.
I agree with you. It was pretty bad.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
I can't even revel in the Eagles right now. It's like I read an article about Sirianni maybe getting fired, and I'm just like, I can't even enjoy this. I'm not happy today.
What if they
can.
win tonight?
I won't. I'm not going to get super nervous until if they were to beat the Lions. Then I'm starting to get into panic.
Oh, that'd be
mode.
the worst thing ever for you.
It'd be like Creighton winning the Missouri Valley that year, and whatchamacallit, Wichita State going to the Final Four. It's just like this isn't what I signed up for.
Right.
I would rather have the deep playoff run than the not deep playoff run.
I wouldn't feel too worried about that.
Yeah, you're very in on the Bucks rolling them tonight.
Philly sucks. And this, you know what this has done? This has kind of confirmed that the NFC least was back.
NFC fraud East.
Damn it.
Because, I mean, we know how Washington and New York were just garbage teams.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
Dallas, unfortunately for them, feasted on a lot of cupcakes, and Philadelphia just.
Yeah.
They got real stinky.
Yeah.
Dan Campanen, who is not working right now, apparently,
Corporate
here at
Dan,
NRG
do
Media,
something.
says that's what you get when you have a receiver named after an outdated audio format. That's pretty funny.
Great Dan joke.
That's pretty funny, Dan. I will give that to you.
I hope CeeDee Lamb names his first kid Reel to Reel.
Okay.
DVD land.
Will it make you feel any better to know that Dan did not get to see the 50-yard interception?
No.
Okay. Well,
but MP3 land.
He didn't get that.
He didn't.
He didn't get to see it.
No worries. They scored 41 other points.
I'm trying to help you, Josh.
Why would that help me? Nick, I appreciate you being a sports fan, but God, you have a lot to learn. Does it make you happy that he missed one of the 8 touchdowns?
That was a big one, though.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
they were all pretty big.
The good news is he saw every offensive touchdown.
Yeah.
I tried.
No,
Sorry,
that would
Dan.
not.
Sorry you missed that touchdown.
So the question
that would
was,
not
does it
work
make
for
you
me.
feel better, Josh, that Dan missed one of the touchdowns that was scored against your team in a playoff route? I think Josh would answer no.
No,
Does
it
not
does
make
not.
you-
No, Nick, it does not.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that would make Josh feel better is if he could use the little wand, the little blinker wand from Men in Black.
Oh, yeah. Erase everybody's
But I
birthday.
wouldn't have woken
First he'd-
up. And
First he'd shoot it at Dan, then he'd shoot it at himself.
yeah, indeed. And I throw it at your face.
Oh,
Or
I
how
think he's
about
using for the rest of the playoffs?
how about the remote from that Adam Sandler movie?
Click.
Click.
Oh, there we go.
There you
Yeah.
Fast
There we
forward.
go.
Here we
Rewind.
go. Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh man,
Awesome.
That's a tough deal.
By the way, I just saw this tweet. Sean Callahan
What?
says, Aloha. Steve Sipple and I are currently en route to Honolulu.
What?
Yes.
They're going to cover the Polynesian
I'm gonna
Bowl.
flip them the birds like I,
I
did
told
Dan
you.
earlier.
I was saying this earlier. This is going to be a huge thing. This is going to be a huge production. Everybody's going to be live tweeting it on Friday night. It's going to be a total mess.
Is that Friday?
Yes.
Mm.
It's Friday night on the NFL Network.
Okay, you know how football.
Simple in Hawaii.
By the way, oh wow, Bills fans traipsing through.
No,
the-
these are Steelers fans.
Oh, Steelers fans.
So they haven't uncovered the seats. They haven't uncovered the seats. All the snow is still on them.
That's great. Can you save that video so we can run it on the stream?
Yeah, I got you. I'll record it.
They
If
look
you
like little
think of
penguins.
That's
if you think
funny.
Of football, if you think of football as a big old pot of delicious, rich, nutritious chili.
Good. Oh, good. I like
Okay.
this.
With
Yeah.
beans?
However you like it.
Depends on how you like it.
Yeah.
Beans.
The spring game
Oh.
is if you took a gallon of water and poured it into the chili. It still looks like chili, but it's lost a lot of its flavor and it's watered down chili.
Watered down chili.
The Polynesian Bowl and all bowls like it
Oh.
are if you were to take that same pot of chili, watered down, and dump the son of a gun in the ocean.
Oh, and then it's salty.
And you
It's
don't
barely-
want to eat it.
It's not even
Let
chili
me tell
at
you
all.
what, I
It's
am not
just-
going
it's
to be
just the
spending
ocean.
any of my time discussing
Whoa,
this
John,
week.
spoiler alert. That's coming up in content later today.
The Polynesian Bowl.
You're not watching?
Hell
You
no.
always see Dylon throwing around?
Yeah, John, what about Dylon?
People forget
Cool.
about Dylon.
Cool. You know what that means?
That's your quarterback.
Nothing.
That's
means
a
nothing.
That's quarterback. That's my quarterback.
I'd rather watch him in the spring game.
Another
And you know what I
horrible
think of the
loss.
spring game?
You hate the spring game.
It's a big old watered down pot of chili. This is
Josh isn't going to
Worse.
see it again for the
I know. It's amazing.
year in a row.
I continue to be out of town for the spring game.
You're going to be out of town for the
I'll be
spring
in
game?
Eugene for
you
the
deserve
spring
it.
game.
That's a
Ah.
great.
Thank you, John. I do deserve it.
You
Good
do
job.
deserve it.
Yeah, thank you. It's the one thing I get in life.
We're going to be for the Polynesian Bowl.
When is it? Friday?
Yes, this Friday.
Sadly, I'll be at home, so I ain't watching a damn snap of that game.
You're
But
not
it's
watching
football.
No, I think I'll watch another David
What
Fincher
are you
movie.
going to get out of it?
Nothing.
Exactly.
I'm going to watch a crap out of it, though.
That's
Well, I'm
See,
going to watch all the Dylon
I'm
plays.
starting to think that Happer might be the actual biggest sports fan I know.
Mm.
Whoa.
I think it might be you.
What do you mean by that?
That's not
offended.
Because if it's sports, it's on your brain.
It really is, man. You just do a great job
Even
of
if it's
watching
sports adjacent or of sports adjacent.
You're just like,
You
'Cause
guys
that's what
watch
the
more
Polynesian
sports
Bowl
than
is.
me.
No, we
I don't
do not.
watch.
You-
I don't. Why do I watch more sports?
I don't. Great question. Why do you? I have no idea.
Well, you'll watch the Polynesian Bowl. Josh and I will not.
Dude, you tweeted out that list of games you went to in 2023.
That was most of those I was getting paid. That
But
doesn't even count.
Every night you watch a baseball or a basketball game. You know, I'm like, I'm going to unwind with Fargo. And you're like, but UConn is playing, Georgetown.
You
I was
take-
watching UConn Georgetown.
You take time out of your days to go watch the Royals be bad.
Yeah, you like
That's my favorite team. You watch your favorite team.
Unlimited. It was before unlimited vacation, and you were going down to Royals games. Who
Not
knows
for-
what?
I didn't take
who knows what
vacation.
this summer will be, or that random February day. You're going to go to spring training.
I do like spring
Mark,
training.
I'm going out of town. Going to spring
I like going to
training.
spring, but not for the baseball. I like the weather, and then
Oh,
I'm
man.
around baseball. That's nice. It's not for like, the Royals won 6-3 today against the White
Slappy?
Sox. Yeah, I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I disagree with this actually.
No.
Oh,
What?
okay.
I know people. You like sports more than people that I know. It's not a
Pretty
negative.
scientific.
It's not a negative.
No, I'm not taking it as a negative. I don't think.
It sounds like you are. You sound offended. The host of a sports show sounds offended that he was told that he likes sports.
That seemed
I like to be a
backwards.
well-rounded human being,
Yeah.
Maybe I should watch more TV. You guys will watch all the TV all the time.
We
I
love
should
TV.
call you guys the TV boys.
I would love to be able to say that about myself. Not allowed.
All you guys do
anymore.
is watch TV.
Yeah, we do watch TV.
We do watch TV.
And movies.
And movies.
Yeah. Reminder, the holdovers for movie club. This
And
week.
what channel is that on?
You call me Nick?
I almost said Nick. Sorry. And what channel is that on, Josh?
Peacock.
Peacock!
Our favorite channel.
Affordable and intuitive.
America's favorite
streaming
channel.
network.
If you weren't a fool and canceled yours right away, you could watch it with us.
Also, the Royal Rumble is coming up.
And the Royal Rumble is coming up.
Danielle, sports hosts arguing over who likes sports the least. Didn't have that on my 2024 bingo card.
I don't
Did
watch
have
as
the
much
Cowboys
sports as
collapsing
you
in
guys
pathetic
think.
fashion.
Hey,
though.
listen,
Screw you,
three of us
Danielle.
had our teams lost this weekend. Maybe we're out on sports.
Yeah, yes, 100%.
F1 starts at the end of February, boys.
Like I said, we're out on sports.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't watch as much sports as you guys think.
Okay.
Maybe I'll document this
Okay.
over the
By the way, I
next-
have the video uploaded so we can play it at some point during the Grum today.
Awesome.
Yeah.
little penguins trying to get to their
It
seats.
is. If
It
you have
does
not
look like
seen it,
penguins,
it
yeah.
is so funny. So
Yeah.
go watch our video stream at 1620thezone.com.
Sign up for the email club too.
Oh my gosh!
While you're there, you
yes.
just have to scroll down a tiny little bit.
Yeah, that's the other thing that sucked. We apparently most of us, except for Handley, did bad in the pick'em.
Oh,
what?
horrible! I did horrible in the pick.
Well,
And
we
they did
all
good?
took freaking Cleveland.
Yep.
Yeah, that was bad.
We all took Dallas.
I went 1-3 because I had your Rams.
And I took the Rams.
I had the Rams.
I had
too.
the Chiefs.
I had the Chiefs.
Thank
too.
God I didn't.
I took the Dolphins to disrespect the Chiefs.
Who do you have today?
I have the Bills and I have the Eagles.
I have the Bills and the Bucks.
Bills and the Bucks.
Nick, Steelers.
Steelers.
You have the Bucks or the Eagles?
I don't remember which one I picked. I'm going Bucks. I think I picked Bucks.
Well, if you're going Bucks, then you picked Bucks.
No, I'm trying to remember. I did this a while ago.
Man, I cannot wait to see this game. There's snow everywhere. It's just all over the place.
Love it. I love it.
This is gonna be so odd. Playoff football during
I
the
know
show.
it's COVID. It's too much COVID for me.
But you're
Yeah.
off work. You're gonna get
That's
to watch it
true.
on your
Yeah.
couch. It's gonna be a normal day.
Sports fan.
But it'll be
happens.
light
Sports
outside.
fan.
Well,
It's
it would
light
have
on
been light
Saturday.
outside yesterday if they had played at noon.
But it's Monday. I've already done so much. Usually, I just walk out of my bedroom and go down and watch NFL football. On
Well, then go recreate it. Go take like a 20-minute nap
Okay.
and then wake up and then walk down the hall and pretend it's Sunday.
Happer said he was like, I wanted to watch some average college basketball today, and now I have to watch the
well,
NFL.
what are you changing it for?
No, I'm just seeing when pregame starts.
This is
2:30.
important college basketball, not average. Villanova and Marquette is a good game right now.
It is a good game right
Okay.
now. And we'll get to see Shaka Smart do something Shaka-like. Hey, look at me. I'm Shaka. Look at me.
He
How
does-
often are they going to show him? Because I've already seen him twice.
All the
He's
time.
a head
All
coach,
the
Nick.
time.
Hmm.
All the time.
They'll run on the floor, grab the ball at some point, maybe.
That's not what he's supposed to do.
No,
Yeah.
that's right. Well, okay, guys. Well, I wish you.
You wish we get through this without killing each other?
Yeah, you all seem a little on edge.
We
No,
are.
we're not.
Okay, Josh just seems more downtrodden.
Yeah, you see,
Bit
you're
on
acting
edge.
like me today. You're acting like how I normally act.
Don't really know what to give you.
Want me
I'll
to-
see if I can go a little fire and brimstone later, but I just feel
Want
like
me to send you a playlist?
don't really have a whole lot to say.
I have some
Sad.
songs
I'm
I can
just
send
sad. Just sad.
Apathy.
No, it's not apathy.
No, it's
like,
definitely not apathy.
Yeah, I think it's just coming to a realization that a lot of things are meaningless in life.
you. No.
Yeah,
I feel like I need to just ask John how he did it for so many years, because this is what John's life was with the Cubs all the time.
It was.
Forever.
It was.
And the
Cowboys are the
Rams
new
until
Cubs?
and then it just wasn't one day.
And
it's
then it just magically switched.
yeah.
Sometimes
Like a
they
big
now it's
switch in
back.
the sky got flipped.
Yeah, then you just win. You win the World
You just
Series.
win. You hire good coaches.
I guess I could have asked
You don't have idiot
You're in your
owners
20s.
who,
Yeah, see, but I can't
Make it all
change
about
these
them.
things. Someone
I know.
someone reached out and was like, but don't worry, things could happen differently with Jerry Jones. Like maybe what if he cedes control? Like there's only one way
Yeah.
for that to happen.
Yeah,
A coup?
He dies.
Yeah, that's the answer. He dies, not
He
a coup.
dies.
Yeah, I guess his son could take over, but that'll happen when he dies.
Jera.
He is getting older, but cool.
Yikes.
All right.
All right.
Connor. Go
Bye,
go
Happer.
get a nap in and start pretending it's Sunday.
Okay. It'll be hard, but I think I'll try.
Ask Michael Severe where you can replay those CBS Sunday morning shows. You can play that in the background, get you
Yeah.
in the mood, and then follow it with a little Face the Nation.
I'm sure they have them logged away on my great YouTube TV streaming
Yeah.
service.
Nice.
Yeah.
By the way,
Not
are we
cable.
doing Mount Happer on Friday? Is that when we're making the prediction?
Sure.
Okay.
The same day as the Polynesian Bowl.
Nice, because John won't be here the next 3 days, so we gotta. Yeah.
Okay.
There's
We'll make a prediction on
there's
Mount
a
Happy.
beautiful mountain, by the way.
That's
It looks gorgeous.
What
big
a
mountain.
beautiful mountain.
All right,
gonna last a while.
let's all be disappointed and depressed together on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Brian says after the 0-2 Jamal Lord INT Texas game, I went outside and lit a Husker car flag on fire.
Oh my God.
I was so angry. The next morning, my mother found a pink glob of goo outside and thought someone got sick from alcohol.
How does lighting a flag on fire turn into something that looks like pink vomit?
Those flags are a weird material.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy and bitterly cold for your Martin Luther King Jr. Monday. A high today of 0, but feeling like 19 below with those wind chills. Expect breezy winds out of the northwest up to 25 miles an hour. Skies clear tonight, giving way to another very cold evening and morning. Overnight lows down to -11, feeling like -30 by Tuesday morning. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
My passion for the unborn comes from my own unplanned pregnancy. Dan and I have been together for over 45 years. We have 3 of the most beautiful children. My name is Marlis Patma. I'm the former president of Iowa Right to Life, and I'm supporting Nikki Haley for president. I've heard Nikki's story. She speaks with such clarity about the importance of life because for her, it's personal.
I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children.
Nikki's a sister in Christ. She's pro-life. She has compassion and strength. I want a president with moral clarity who can restore our country, our pride, and our purpose. For my children and yours, please support Nikki Haley for president.
I'm Nikki Haley, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Nikki Haley for president.
Our free 2024 Gold Investment Guide isn't just a collection of tips. It's a treasure map to possible wealth in a shifting economy. We've distilled expertise and insights into this comprehensive guide, tailored for both newcomers and veteran investors. Ride the wave of gold to unprecedented heights. Call Advantage Gold now at 800-900-8000 for your free guide. Call 800-900-8000 now.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... Exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union.
Yeah, the Grum got 3 teams in the playoffs this year. The Grum went 0-3.
Not great.
At least one of ours played within a point and covered the spread.
Close only matters, John, and horseshoes and hand grenades.
But we covered the spread.
And nukes.
So I got the point in predictions.
You did.
But that
crap, did I have the
No, you got a point too.
Oh yeah, because I had the Rams to win as well. Hell yeah, predictions points.
Yeah, predictions points.
That's what we care about
the
at
only
this time of
moral
year.
victory we had.
Yeah, not great, man.
It happens though, friends. This is the playoffs. This is the beauty of the NFL playoffs. Ain't no best of sevens. Ain't no second, third, fourth chances. One chance. One chance.
Win or go home.
Win or die.
Or just stay home.
Die.
And they all died.
Mm-hmm.
Fins down.
But like the gamers we are, we show up to work the next day. And we're in studio for the first time in what feels like a month.
And see you later, John.
Yep.
See you Friday.
And I'll be back and I'll be gone for another 3 days.
I was thinking that on the way in. Like, it's going to be nice for all of us to be together because we weren't together one single day last week. And then after that, you got to go to the other week, this year that we've been here. I don't remember how many days we had together the first week of the year.
I don't remember.
My name's John and I do basketball.
I travel. I'm on private jets all the time.
I'm taking my PJ.
Commercial this week. I'm commercial this
Good
week.
luck with the weather that's going on.
Yeah, I know.
Hope that you're okay.
Oh, you get tiny baby peanuts though, right?
Or yeah.
Or the tiny baby pretzel.
Depends on the airline. Sometimes they give you the little biscuits.
Mm.
Biscuits can be nice. But welcome to the Grum, everyone. The NFL playoffs. Remember when we talked on Friday, back when things were
happy,
more bright and optimistic?
Yeah.
We talked to Aaron Schatz.
Oh,
remember when I asked him a question about
chalk?
Chalk. And I
thought
said,
about that.
Anyone going to
yesterday.
break chalk? He said, well, if there's ever a year that chalk would prevail, this would be the year.
Yeah.
I guess technically only one game didn't go chalk, right? Because only one home team lost. But
Yeah.
it felt that, I mean, the Rams were a popular pick. The Browns were a popular pick.
Cowboys were a popular pick.
The Cowboys were a very popular pick.
Yeah.
And kablooey.
Yep. It exploded right in our faces.
Yep.
You know what I thought of this weekend for some reason was, and we might have it somewhere on one of those walls, Nick, but a little over a decade ago, the Denver Broncos welcomed in the Baltimore Ravens. And we had on a guy named Darren McKee. And you said, hey, Darren, what chances would you give of Baltimore winning this weekend? And he famously replied, 0.
0.
And then the Broncos lost.
Yep.
And I thought about that because, I mean, I didn't give the Packers a 0% chance of winning, but by golly, I was pretty confident. I felt too confident, John. Too confident going into yesterday's game. I texted people in the morning. I'm not even that nervous. This is weird. I wish I was. There it is. I wish I was more nervous about the game. Oops.
Grum Down brought to you by the referees, John Higgins weather card.
The Grum is down.
0 for 3, a tough weekend for the program. Love conquers Big D.
It always does.
And Belichick watch begins.
Oh, it does indeed.
Jared Goff got his revenge.
Yes, he did.
Now, I contend if he would have faced the same pressure as Matthew Stafford, that game would have been very, very different. Creighton has a new sport, mud wrestling.
Oh, very fun.
They won their first duel the other night against St. John's.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Man, I turned on the Nebraska game, the basketball game.
I went to bed early and didn't see it.
How early did you go to bed?
Well,
it wasn't 8:30, Tiff. It was
It
later.
was. I went to bed at like 9.
Damn, you were tired.
Well,
you had a long week.
Well, yeah, I got up extra early on
And you were
Saturday because I had no idea what I was going to face on the roads. No.
Oh, to scoop and everything?
Well,
just to leave.
Yeah, just to get out of town, get on the. I
Okay.
had no idea how the interstate was going to be. I wanted to.
I turned on the TV. I was like, it's about time for basketball. And what do I see but large men in tiny clothing touching each other and slamming each other on mats? What a horrible, garbage sport wrestling
That
is.
ain't wrestling.
That was my take watching it again was, I'm going to come on the air Monday and say wrestling is a bad sport. And I hope some of you are upset by that fact.
Well, the Huskers did come back to earth, but Jack Mitchell will be with us.
Yeah,
Mitch
he's in the
Sherman
green
of the
room.
Athletic. We've got live playoff football today.
Yes, we
in an
do.
hour.
Yes,
we have
we do.
live playoff football. Let's take the Jimmy H Job Fair opens.
Let's go. Come on, Cowboys. Let's land him.
And chaos in Crime Town.
All right, are we going to play this video?
Yes.
All
so
right, I'm going to
here's-
give credit. This is Brooke Pryor, rather. She's an ESPN NFL reporter that covers the Steelers. And so
Yep.
that's where this video that we will play for the video audience will come from.
Yeah.
I hope there's no profanities in it, Nick, so let's just keep on our P's and Q's for the radio audience as they listen to these random fans going through the snow. I'm sure it'll be fine. Sure it'll be fine. Nick always gets so
Both
nervous.
of those fan bases wouldn't surprise
Hey,
me.
you have 7 seconds, Nick. You have plenty of time.
These are Steelers fans who are making their way to their seats at whatever they call what used to be called Rich Stadium.
What is that called?
I don't remember. I like to call it by its old name, Rich Stadium.
So it looks like a father and 2 sons. And here we go.
First family. Let's give him a thumbs up. That was also in the row. Ron Woodson, man.
It's an old school jersey. And
Troy
the kid's got
Polamalu?
Polamalu jersey
Oh,
on.
man, very cool.
I bet the third kid probably has a Jack Ham.
Yeah, there you go.
So there would have been somebody at the stadium that would go through and clear those out, right?
Well, they've been doing it, but it's a big
The weather was
stadium.
so bad yesterday that they didn't have a chance to until earlier today to
Right.
get in there and do so.
And they're still doing it.
Yeah, they're still doing it. It's up to the fans.
It's kind of up to the fans now if they want to find their way to their seats.
The most important voice.
Yeah, so it looks like this will be, I mean, it's cold and it's a little windy, but the weather won't be as big of a factor as we thought it would be.
Yeah, the field is uncovered
Yeah.
completely now. Unlike the Chiefs game where they heat the field, this is going to be frozen turf.
Yeah.
So it's
Meanwhile,
going to hurt.
the fans will have to deal with the snow, so good luck to the fans.
Yeah.
CJ.
Players won't have to deal with this.
CJ writes, Josh, I'm a fan of misery. I'm a Husk, Cubs, and Bears fan. At least I know what I'm getting year in and year out. How the hell can you deal with groin kick of the Cowboys. It's always the same ending. Tremendous question.
It is.
I mean, I said it yesterday, and I will say it again. That is one of those games that does truly cause me to look inward and ask, why do I do this to myself? Why do I put so much time and effort? And I know what the answer is, because you dare to dream, and you just hope that in the end you're going to get rewarded one time. I told Shafe last night, all I want to do is to watch them lift up Lombardi's trophy and hug my dad. That's what I want from the end of a season. I'll probably never get it, but that's the hope.
You'll never hug your dad?
No, I'll hug my dad every time I
Tough
see
look
him.
for
See, and I
Josh's
didn't
dad.
get to watch the game with him yesterday, which also added to the melancholy of my afternoon. I didn't get to watch the game with my dad.
Would it have been better, though?
Yeah, well, been better than, a
Than
kid-
throwing your phone at the windshield
a
and
nephew
cracking
showing
it?
me his basketball cards.
Oh.
Hey, look, it's Allen Iverson. Hey, look, it's Victor Wembanyama.
Maybe
you have
this
an
is your
Allen
punishment
Iverson
for
card?
not celebrating Christmas on Christ's real birthday, December 25th.
Hard to argue with that.
I mean,
But no.
you did one Christmas the day after Thanksgiving.
But John,
and
you
did
know,
this one
would
on
you rather
January
watch a game
15th.
with a fellow Rams fan and commiserate with them, or watch it with some random person just talking to you about the NBA?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It's certainly more fun.
Dinner was great.
Was dinner great?
Dinner was very tasty.
What was for dinner?
So you ate it? You were able to eat it?
Dude, there was a while I was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to eat. But I got there, and by that point, they were down by 30 or whatever, 20 points. I mean, the game was
And you
pretty
kind
much
of
over.
reach that point where that feeling in the pit of your stomach, the inevitability, it's gone. You know it's lost.
Correct. The best
and it
part
just,
is,
like, evaporates,
at least that
and
the
you're
game
like,
wasn't
"Oh, I'm
close
hungry."
while we were there, because
Good
then I
point.
would have been like engaged in every single play. Meanwhile, I'm just like laying back and trying not to care.
Yeah.
You know?
That makes sense. I
A lot of
understand
sense.
the
So to
feeling.
answer CJ, I have no idea how I do this, but that's
But like I said,
you're
9
a
days,
fan.
9 days from now, he'll be talking himself into another Super Bowl.
Let's go, Harbaugh.
I mean, if
I want
you want something that'll make that's a tough one. Harbaugh or Belichick? Definitely Harbaugh.
In terms of
Who
would annoy
just
you more?
hating them even more than I already do.
Yeah. Belichick is sad and old now. He's not as good of a coach. Harbaugh is young and spry. And he
Well,
would annoy people because he'd be like, he'd say his goofy platitudes.
Well, of course he
and
would.
he'd make them tough as hell. And they wouldn't have stupid ass games like yesterday. They wouldn't fall down by 32 in a playoff game. He didn't do that in the NFL. I mean, they did fall behind big in the Super Bowl, but they came back. I'd rather have
lost.
Harbaugh. Man, that'd be tight.
Oh, that'd be weird if
Belichick, not so much.
Harbaugh went to the Cowboys and Belichick went to the Chargers.
Sign me up. I just want a good coach.
That'd be gross.
I can't believe they're going to. I mean, the whole era of Cowboys football came to a crashing halt yesterday.
It feels like it.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
over.
it's not official, but
No,
it
it's
feels
definitely
like
over. Yeah. See you later, Dan Quinn. Bye-bye.
Do you think that's kind of appropriate, the way
now,
that ended?
Now it is, yeah. Because I was someone, we talked about it last week. I didn't want them to fire. I've been enjoying the regular seasons. Now the playoffs, not so much. But I mean, hey, if you get stomped like that, at least it's like, all right, there's, no question about it now. You got to do what you got to do. If it would have gone down to the wire and they would have lost, it would have been a different story. But they were trailing by 32 points. 32!
It's a lot of points.
And did you know the Packers are young?
Yes. Heard it many times.
Which quarterback do you think was making his first playoff start and which wasn't? Hard to tell.
It was actually.
You would have guessed wrong.
Actually, it wasn't hard. Well,
you would have guessed
you
wrong.
would have guessed wrong. Yes.
Yeah.
You would have
Yeah.
guessed
Which
wrong.
team is the young team and which is the more experienced team? You would have guessed wrong again.
Yes, you would have.
Running into punt returners.
402-951-1620. JTech Construction, the Zone Twitter feed is at USC1620. And Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. And, today should be for the winners. The Lions celebrating their first playoff win in 32 years.
Don't care.
Congrats,
The long-suffering Packers.
Oh, the poor Packers fans who had a Hall of Famer and now they have another Hall of Famer at quarterback. I'm feeling for them today. How do they deal with this?
What about the Texans? We haven't mentioned anything about the Texans
Go
yet.
Texans!
Shout out
And
CJ.
God forbid we haven't talked about the Chiefs.
Shout out CJ Stroud.
We don't have to talk about
I already
that.
talked about the Chiefs.
I'm
Super
still
Bowl, here they
disrespecting
come.
them. No.
Nope, they're going to the Super Bowl.
They're going to lose to the Texans.
I already
It's going to
put
be
it up.
hilarious.
They're not even going to play the Texans.
They're going to play them. It's going to be funny.
All right, Jack Mitchell will join us next. And speaking of groin kicks, it got started on Friday.
It did indeed. It was a precursor for the weekend.
The question is, did Tuesday at least reinforce the groinal region so that the groin kick doesn't have as much impact.
He wasn't
because it kind of should, right?
Yeah,
That's a big win.
If you watch the game, unless you're at Les Miserables or whatever it's called,
less miserable.
Yes, Les Mis.
That's what
We
people
can
call it.
recap that with him too.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about...
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to...
First drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said...
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Hey there, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Outdoor Nebraska update. It's hunting time in the Husker State. For a safe season, remember to be totally certain of your target and your background before you fire that shot. In a moment, ask yourself, is the bullet flight path clear? Is that a legitimate target? And what am I going to hit if I miss my shot? Please be careful out there. If you'd like more information on hunting safety, go to outdoornebraska.gov. That's outdoornebraska.gov. From wildfowl to owls. Great time of year to step outside and watch wildlife. Many animals are still active, plus the leaves have mostly fallen, vegetation is set back, and we'll have some warmer weather. Maybe you'll hike a state park trail or head to a public reservoir to do that. Oh, and don't forget your camera. Oh, it's on your phone, that's right. I'm Greg Wagner.
1620 The Zone is on location Friday, January 26th at American Cancer Society's Hope Lodge, Nebraska, in support of the Creighton Pink Out Game, a free home away from home for cancer patients and caregivers. You can find details on 1620thezone.com and at cancer.org/pinkout.
The world's on fire. Attacks in the Middle East, Ukraine and Russia at war. And right here, Joe Biden has created a dangerous threat to every American. Biden's open border policies have opened the floodgates to a record number streaming in, 12,000 in one day alone. This means increased terrorist threats and even more deadly fentanyl being delivered to our neighborhoods. President Trump will change that. He'll secure our borders by building even more wall. He'll end visitors from terrorist countries being allowed to enter. And Trump will treat the drug cartels the same as he treated terrorists who kill Americans. President Trump, the strength to protect our borders and our families.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
Hey fans, looking for the best seats without the hidden fees? Then you need to check out Tickets for Less. Whether it's Creighton games, Husker matchups, or big-time concerts and events, they've got you covered, all with no service fees. Now, you ready to score a deal? Use the code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and save on your next event. You prefer to go mobile? Grab the free Tickets for Less app and shop with ease. Every seat holds a story, so find yours and save when you use the promo code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and the Tickets for Less app today.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT.
Ham is the water of meats.
Ham's the water of meats.
Ham is the water of
Someone who will
meats.
be zeroed in big time Friday night on the Polynesian Bowl. Jack Mitchell joins us. I mean, nothing says wanting to escape the frigid, Hoth-like conditions that we have here in eastern Nebraska, like watching a meaningless exhibition football scrimmage from a warm weather climate like Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
It actually does sound. It sounds like some nice sort of fantasizing about being in a different place. I've got plans early on Friday night, but I'll DVR it. I'll pick it up. I'm no spoilers. Don't be texting me spoilers about what happens on there. So you guys, I know everybody's
Well, I
going to
hope the South team beats the North team, man. I'm telling you.
How late is this game going to be played?
It's 4 o'clock local time, so it's not that late.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Yeah, a little past my bedtime. It's on NFL Network? 4 p.m. Hawaiian time. Yeah, indeed. Okay, so what's that, like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock our time?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I might be able to see the whole thing then. Sorry, you don't have to worry about the spoilers then. That's good.
We got to start with this because we have monikered the fair city of which
Jack, you are
Jack
so
lives
weird
and works.
So weird.
As Crime Town. And this was what was making all the headlines yesterday. It's time for the Internet is Undefeated Crime Town edition. This was yesterday at the South Lincoln Home Depot, which is my Home Depot.
Me
a
too.
dude
Me
hijacks a front end loader, a Bobcat, and is just driving it around the parking lot. And the cops are there and the policeman's there, and watch as he right into the side of the police cruiser. He takes the front end loader with the plow end lifted, jabs it right into the side of the police cruiser as he continues to basically spin cookies out in the parking lot. And of course, you've got many people, the customers inside, wondering what's going on. But there's also a liquor store, the Still, which is in this same lot. And you'll see here in just a moment.
Do we have any other?
Here he is. He drives into the front door, big glass door, and boom, right through the glass door. Thankfully, they got the little yellow safety cones there.
Yeah, that's why those are there at gas stations and the like.
Yes.
For situations like this.
He drove it right in. He had the front end loader up, and he broke the opening of the glass door there.
Do we know the story yet behind what unfolded
now,
here?
Apparently, this dude, was he working for the company that owns the loader, the front end loader?
So he's an employee of the company. He drove the thing on a truck to that U-Stop that's out there, John.
Yeah, there's a U-Stop just down the street from these stores.
And he started smashing things up there and then drives the thing, I guess, on the streets to
up Pine
Home
Lake
Depot.
Road.
So it's like a half mile drive maybe from there.
Yeah.
I would guess, and drives it into that parking lot. I think hits the Still, does that. By the way, I hope that guy who was standing right there at the still got his beer after that. He had a remarkably calm reaction to the
He
whole
was very
thing,
chill about it.
He's just kind of standing there like, what is going on?
Yeah, he was very chill about it.
Yeah.
Jordan says he's trying to do some snow removal and big snow has him arrested. Sad. He was just trying to help out the parking lots, clear some of the snow.
Oh, so
and vehicles and windows.
So he misinterpreted the white Lincoln police cruiser for a giant
snowdrift. Sometimes, if you have bad vision, maybe everything just kind of blurs together. Like, oh, that looks like a big pile. Crunch.
We can destroy this guy, a lot for putting people's lives or health in danger and doing property damage. But the truth of the matter is, I think this week we're all pretty close, as I said on Twitter today, to getting in a Bobcat and just, going nuts in a Home Depot parking lot. We're all probably closer than we'd like to admit, I guess.
Jack, I heard Schaefer on with Happer earlier today, so I can't remember if it was him or which one of the two said it, but we've had heavy snowstorms before, and we've had cold weather before, including December of 2022. We've never had this at the same time, where it's like a ton of snow followed by then super low temperatures. And then we're going to have more low temperatures later at the end of the week. And it sounds like maybe a tiny bit more snow as well. So, normally you'll have a big snowstorm and there will be some melting, but I don't know when we're going to get, I guess next week, in a week from now is when we'll finally get a little bit of the melting as the temperatures climb into the 30s. I think it's just making all of us angry.
I saw that I pulled up my phone the other night and I was just laying in bed looking at the weather app, and I saw Monday was the last day it showed, next Monday. and it
Yeah.
said like 34,
You're
and
like, whoa.
I was so excited.
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep. I was so excited about that.
It's 0 degrees right now, and it feels nice.
Dude,
Feels comfortable.
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm so done.
Well,
I need to get my kids out of my house. I need to get it is still Christmas break here. Like
That's
it's still
is
Christmas
insane.
break.
Go back to school, Johnny.
No, but it's not just that. It's that schools. I mean, my daughter's here too because school's been canceled. She's had 2 days of actual like middle school since Christmas.
Wow.
2 days. And they may not have it tomorrow. I think it's 50-50 that they have it tomorrow.
Which is ridiculous. And I'm not even going to go down that road.
Oh,
I'm not even going to go down that road. But
John.
This is ridiculous. It's not. We've had this kind of weather before, people.
You're not going down that road, but you're going down that road.
We've had this kind of weather before.
Although
both ways.
John, the question is though, did we have a city that had basically white streets everywhere where you can't even see the pavement because it's been packed down so much?
Oh, I get it. So Lincoln has enough temerity to name its snowplows. They don't have the ability to use their snowplows.
Man, it is bad. It is
You
bad.
sound like
right
Jerry
now.
talking about the reservation.
It is.
You know how to take the reservation. You don't know how to hold the reservation. By the way, Justin sends us a video, and this was another one that I was wondering if we were going to have. Let me close the. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Where it's inside of a Taco Bell, and he's moving a vehicle around. The guy was.
Oh, that's okay. So that's that. Yeah.
Crunch.
So that's
that
at
was the
very
first
beginning.
video I saw.
That's the
Yeah.
very beginning.
Yeah.
That's
So
by the U-Stop, probably.
That's by the
Yeah.
U-Stop, and
Yeah.
then the Home Depot and the liquor store are about 3-4 blocks, down the road. But
yeah,
What did Taco Bell ever do?
crime down. I never understand how that Taco Bell does any business anyway. It's kind of buried back there. You
I
can't
forget
see
it's
it.
there.
I
Everybody
know.
loves Taco Bell, John.
No, I guess. All right. Well, on to the sports stuff. How would you? I mean, it was a very high and relatively low week for your favorite basketball team. How would you grade the week?
That's a good question.
Oh, the week?
Grade the week.
Does that count? Starting with just counting Purdue and Iowa?
That's Purdue and Iowa. Grade
Just
the week.
Purdue and Iowa. I mean,
And the musical you saw too.
I mean,
and Les Mis.
B plus. That's still a B plus if you beat the number one team. Yeah, and you lose a game that you're under. I mean, listen, the defense was horrendous against Iowa. It was a very poor performance, but still, I mean, as a whole, if you're just looking at those two things, I'll still give it a B plus. Yeah.
I mean, if you would have put that contract in front of folks and said you're going to split these two games, most
100%,
people would have assumed you lose the first one and you win the second. People would have signed off on that.
Mhm.
It just happened to go the other way, which, and how much were you concerned and how much do you think it factored in any potential hangover Friday from Tuesday?
I mean, yeah, because it feels like every time Nebraska's had something, they've had a win, they've been coming off something positive that the next thing, whether it be the Creighton game, whether it be coming off that Kansas State win, whether it be coming off this last one too, that's when the next game, they've looked like they've been hungover from the victory. So that they've got to get over that. And winning on the road it's just, I mean, what didn't Ohio State go in and beat or lose to Michigan at home today too? I mean, like nobody's winning on the road in the Big Ten whatsoever. That game already happened
Michigan
today.
beat Ohio State today,
in Michigan. So
Mhm.
I mean,
Yep.
nobody is winning. That on paper was a kind of an upset, but it's just like it feels like nobody's winning on the road in the Big Ten this year. So it's been difficult for everyone. And they're gonna have to get some, and their best opportunity probably is coming up on Wednesday night against Rutgers. That may be the best spot to get a Big Ten win this year on the road.
Jack, what happened with Nebraska's defense, do you think? Because they put themselves in just a massive hole early. What is it, 17-2 at its worst? They come back, they end up taking the lead in the second half, and then right as that happens, then their defense was never super great, but their offense falls back apart. And the defense, though, they're just giving up so many wide open threes.
I don't know. It's like sometimes they can scramble like crazy and make that whole deal work. And John, you saw it against Creighton. They'll double the big man, and then they're just going to play scramble on the outside. And against Purdue still hit threes, but it kind of worked but it feels like it needs concerted 40 straight minutes of full focus and energy on that defensive effort. And I think they had the adrenaline to do that against Purdue. It didn't feel like they did against Iowa. And, and Creighton was getting those shots against Nebraska too, where they were. I mean, Iowa had wide open threes like on demand every possession. It was crazy how open and how frequently open those threes were. Where that it was kind of the same situation than the against Purdue, where they would double down and then they would scramble, and it was working. They were getting a hand up on a lot of those threes. So I don't know X's and O's. I don't know enough about basketball X's and O's to even know the difference, but it feels like they're playing a type of defense right now, Josh, to answer your questions, that just requires it requires a lot out of you to be able to succeed. And you've got to be able to go down every possession and not slack at all any possession to be able to chase down those threes.
I want to play this, Nick. Bring the video up. This was Josiah Alec after the game. This is courtesy of Robin Washut of Husker Online, who was one of the very few in the building to brave the elements.
One of 5 people there, yeah.
But this was actually part of a very lengthy answer regarding effort and defense, and I want to get your thoughts on the other side. But this was from after the game on Friday, Josiah Alec.
Like just a lot of communication errors, a lot of effort plays. Like, myself, I gave up a little tip, offensive rebound from behind me. I give up a 3 to finish out the game. Like those kind of things are just, it's unacceptable, and it's infuriating. And like, I don't name guys. Like I know that I have to be a lot better, and like we just have to do a lot of things better going into Rutgers that we're not gonna separate, because it really just felt like a lot of guys were they were kind of unapproachable, and like that's my fault. As I'm a 5th year on this team. Like I got to be somebody that's able to kind of bridge those gaps with some of our other guys and kind of keep everybody's head level and not just get too caught up and when you get your ass kicked like that.
Wow.
It was that last part that was the most concerning, where some guys were unapproachable. So maybe, whether it's in the huddle, whether it's on the court, during timeouts, you're trying to pump each other up, and maybe guys are kind of stiff arming or whatever. But he's implying that, there was an attitude issue. And I don't think comments like that come in just a vacuum. There may have been other episodes this year where maybe some guys don't either take to criticism well, or they get caught up in their feels. And listen, I understand basketball is a unique sport because you got to play the offensive end and the defensive end. And I've heard this from Coach Mack many times. If you're struggling on one end of the floor, it can carry over to the other end of the floor. And maybe that's part of what he's talking about. But I'm curious what your thoughts were when you heard that.
I mean, it's concerning. Yeah, it's concerning for sure. And I think it's to what you said, John. I think you got a few players on that team who it's pretty well known, like they're better offensive players than they are defensive players. You can probably think off the top of your head of a few of them that are like that.
Yeah.
And that probably plays into the whole thing as well. That whole comment just it's surprising to hear that just coming off of what they did with Purdue, right?
I was just going to say, it's like 3 days removed from the Purdue game.
Right.
It's not like that's a month ago or something like that.
And because the season's been going really well for the most part. You expect to hear that from a team that's, at 500 right now and kind of middling, which they're not really doing and haven't done. So feels like there should be good vibes everywhere.
You would think. Yeah, you would think, but it just doesn't seem like that's taking place right now.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
you all right, Jack?
Oh, where did John go?
Well, something is wrong with the internet.
Wait, it's not me?
No, it's not you. It's something in the building. The internet
has been
lost.
All right, we'll put Nick back in there then. So at least
hello.
Has your internet been lost?
No, I'm totally good. Look at that.
There's
Jack.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm on the Wi-Fi though.
So am I.
Okay.
I'm
So
hardwired.
Which Wi-Fi are you on, John? I'm on NRG Guest.
My Wi-Fi.
I'll have to look.
Okay.
Wow, it'd be nice if you guys
same
could get
one
that.
that I connect to every day.
You know what? It'd be nice if you guys are going to have me on, if you could at least get your internet working for my appearances. Holy cow. Wow.
Hey, one of us, well, 2 of us in here, our internet's working just fine.
True. Hey,
So-
Jack, quick question. Why is your bill like that?
Great question, Nick. Because he thinks that's cool.
No, I like it tight. I like it tightly.
Oh, but
rolled
how
bill.
it's like, it's not
even. I agree. If you saw when my camera popped on and I saw it for the first time, I was concerned about it. It needs to be.
Yeah.
It needs. it needs to. If you
I've
put
never
your
seen a
hand,
hat do that.
Symmetrical.
symmetrical is the word I'm looking for. Also, this reverse camera thing is really messing me up. The mirroring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like
I
John's
could never be a
doing that.
weatherman. Yeah, no,
Johnny,
this is not a good bend. I'm not coming on here claiming this is a good bend.
Okay.
Josh, your bend is superior to mine today. You know, you win
Thank
some,
you.
you lose some. I would a little bit.
Yeah.
A little
Did you
bit,
ever do
but-
that, John? You're Jack's age, kind of.
Hmm.
Did you ever do the whole bend like Jack does, where they're almost touching each other for some reason?
I don't usually like only my work hats, like the hats I go outside and work in.
Do
But
it
like this
below.
one, it's just a nice gentle curve.
I'd say that's a nice curve
Is
there,
it?
John.
My Rams Super Bowl hat.
I
just a
will-
gentle curve. But like my work hats, the hats I will either go for walks in or work the yard, or in the case of the other day, scooping and plowing. It's like Jack's hat. It's a serious bend.
I like an aggressive curve.
If you're looking for kind of like a ruler to try and tell if your curve is okay, what you need to do is Google a picture of the greatest hat curve creator of all time, one Mr. Scott Frost, and you can look at his hats, and he will give you a guide that's built in. It kind
of explains his poor coaching. Honestly,
doesn't want anything to do
his
with
bill
Frost.
was terrible. It explains a lot about his coaching action.
Listen, you can rip him for all kinds of things, but you cannot touch him. That man had immaculate hat bends.
If you can't bend the bill, we need to rhyme something with Bill. His bill was worse than Bill Callahan, is what I would say. Worse than Bill Callahan.
Every picture of him on Google is just him with that scowl or frowning.
Frost?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it's not like he had much to smile about in those 5 years.
Hey, Jack, I was thinking about you yesterday when the audience numbers came down for the Peacock game on Saturday.
Oh, I bet you were excited.
No. I was thinking about you, many millions of viewers. Are you sad that this is our world now? Games on streaming, all the important stuff on streaming. Like this is 2024 that you have to live in.
Josh, because I'm a normal person and I don't like big corporate media entities profiteering off of things that we didn't have to pay for previously. That should be the default normal reaction. And it is for most of America. Yet the anti-peacockers, I still don't know what it is, if it's some kind of a profit share you're getting or what it is, but it is the most normal reaction possible to this thing. I've got it. I watched it. I'm keeping it. I'll watch basketball on it, but I don't
keeping
like
it. Oh, welcome to the club.
Well, I have to. I mean, I bought it for a year.
Oppenheimer's going to be on there next month, Jack.
Yeah,
you can watch
Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer. You famously lover of movies.
Very excited for that. Going to watch the TED series that was advertised like tons on that.
Talk
whole
about
thing.
something that I don't want to watch.
As soon as those sequels came out, as soon as those TED sequels came out in the movie theater, I was like, that's got to be a TV series. We've got to get that. Got to get that on a TV series. That's the one thing I need.
I'll probably partake.
I hated Ted. I thought it sucked.
Oh,
I'm
really?
not a Seth MacFarlane guy, though. I never liked Family Guy.
I thought the first Ted was good. You never liked Family Guy?
Didn't like Family Guy?
No, it's like, hey, remember that time when we remembered that time? Like that's Family Guy.
Yeah,
Every
but-
joke is remember that time when
but it was
remember that
always
time.
making fun of it, and so that made
I
it
didn't
funny.
like. I didn't like Ted. It got so much hype, so I was like, all right, I'm excited for this. And then I watched it. I was like,
And Ted sounds exactly like Peter Griffin, from what I can tell. So
Yeah, but
Same voice.
I mean, it's Seth MacFarlane.
I know, but
I hope you
if-
like it. In all seriousness, I hope
listen,
you like it.
if you're a voice actor, you should be able to make a new character that sounds a little bit different, right?
Frank Caliendo, he does different characters.
Mel
People
Blanc.
forget.
Mel Blanc. Robin Williams, may he rest in peace.
Jim
Yes.
Henson.
Oh, wait. Oh, so you can say rest in peace to Robin Williams, but not to Mel Blanc?
I didn't.
He's been dead longer.
I don't know who Mel Blanc is.
He's the Looney Tunes guy.
Oh,
Looney
R.I.P.
Tunes.
Mel Blanc. May he rest in peace too.
There you
go. Yeah. I like Robin Williams. We just did a movie for him in Movie Club.
We did.
Yeah.
We
All right.
did.
So we're sad about this, Jack. We're sad about the Peacock.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not celebrating it, but why would I don't know
I'm
why
not either, for the
anyone
record.
like I'm living with the reality of it, but I'm not like celebrating and promoting and like being weirdly excited about it, which is
I wasn't.
I am. I
weird
think it's cool.
reaction to it.
Nick thinks it's cool.
I like
See,
it.
it's just bizarre. That's not a default normal way of thinking. I don't know
It is-
where that's coming from. Something's
It is
infiltrating you.
normal for Nick.
It is a nice reminder, Jack, though,
It's
that
cool.
AM radio free.
Free.
You just got to have the radio, but we give you free entertainment
Free.
every day.
Free.
True.
Jack has a 3-hour show. We do 4 hours.
Free.
Listen to us
Wow.
at 1620thezone.com.
There you
What's
go. Go click
next?
that link.
What's the next app that I don't have that I'm going to have to get? What is it? It's probably the CBS one, right? Paramount. I'm going to have to get Paramount, right?
I mean, for the NFL, if you don't have Amazon, I bet a playoff game will be on Amazon next year.
I have that already. I got that.
There aren't any Paramount exclusive sports, are there?
Not like soccer.
Yeah, soccer.
But Jack doesn't
seriously,
care about that.
But seriously, why is Paramount not? Paramount would be idiotic not to do it now after we see those numbers.
Well, honestly, the issue for them is that they might get folded into something else very, very soon.
That's
so,
true.
see, that's a positive, Jack, is that all these streaming services are going to fold into each other.
See, big media
cable.
Yeah, everybody loves big media consolidation. Good for everyone, right?
Yep,
That's what I
well,
say.
this is their job.
That's
Everything's under the same roof.
Corporate entities, big media, cheerleader. That's what I love to have here. Good job, everybody.
There you go.
Great job.
Good job, everybody.
Do you feel left out of the whole NFL playoff experience because you're famously not a fan of a team?
Oh, that's a good question.
No, I'm excited, and nobody wants to hear this, but I'm involved in a couple of. I mean, it's essentially a couple of like fantasy NFL playoff fantasy.
Good
podcast. I
Playing
like
a
pools.
PPR in January too.
I like pools. I like. It's no different than people who gamble on the games for fun. I mean, that's essentially.
worse.
It's essentially what it is. I mean, it's now that they have all those anytime touchdown things and on your what
On the FanDuel?
on the FanDuel. I was going to make sure and say the right one on your FanDuel.
thank
Yeah,
you.
they've
Thank
got all those. It's no different than that.
And you know what? Jack might be onto something, though, and not having a favorite NFL team doesn't have to deal with the soul-crushing January playoff loss.
That's true.
Which is
I was
pretty
thinking
horrible.
of you guys. I was thinking of you especially, Josh, because I kind of thought John's team was going to lose that game, and I kind of thought Nick's team was going to lose that game. I did not think your team was going to lose that game. Holy crap! Wow, I couldn't have dreamt that in my wildest dreams, Josh.
Well, I did. I was dreaming in my wildest dreams.
John was praying to God.
I figured there was like a 5% chance Green Bay could win.
It was really so
7%.
Josh, it was touching when you were talking earlier about how you finally got to the why do I do this point, because I've been there so many times.
Yeah.
So many times, so frequently with multiple sports. And so I guess it just felt, not that I'm cheering for your emotional demise, but
smiling.
It warmed my heart a little bit to feel like I had some company in that boat.
Wow.
What?
I don't root for you to be sad.
I didn't root for you to sad. It felt good. It's like when
happy that you are.
It's like if something bad happens to you and then you see someone else and you meet someone else where that same bad thing happened to them, you're like, hey, kinship, right? Bros.
Handshake meme. It's a handshake
It's
meme.
a handshake meme.
Huh. Okay.
Sadness.
Yes. I mean, yeah, when you think about it from that perspective. Yeah.
Handshake meme. Wait, what are those marks on the wrists? Oh,
no, you stop it. My wrists are fine. By the way, largest wild card audience apparently ever. I hate everything. Stop watching my team. Leave me alone.
This is what you get for promoting this American.
Right, we got a game coming up, don't we? Oh my god!
We got to finish up our pregame coverage of Bills and Steelers.
You know
What's
what,
your
Josh?
Game?
It wouldn't be sports if we weren't putting huge, meaningful events at stupid times on Mondays. Oh my gosh! And I know it was the weather. I am going to make.
We're not even working right now. Why do you?
I gotta leave. I'm not going to be able to watch it. Luckily, I'll have an outlet that I can listen to it in my car that I'm not going to talk about. But
why do you have to leave?
I've got to bring my daughter somewhere.
So your daughter can't get to school, but you can take her other places.
Listen,
is this dance? What is this?
Viola. This is viola lessons.
So we can have viola practice, but we can't educate our kids.
What's the difference between viola and a violin?
This is the problem we're having in our country.
John, I'm not canceling school. You think I'm advocating
no,
cancel
I know.
school?
I'm making
absolutely not.
A larger,
Jack,
broader point.
Tell the teacher to get their ass to your place and do a little in-house
teacher. Get over to my place.
Slightly larger than a violin.
Oh, I thought violas were tiny baby violins. So violins are tiny baby violas.
Yes.
Interesting.
More like slightly smaller. I wouldn't say tiny baby.
Okay.
Incredible.
Wow.
Well, I hope your daughter gets an education someday.
So I'm gonna miss the beginning of it. So I hope everyone got to their seats. That's what I hope. I hope
they're still trying right now.
They're still plowing through right now as we speak. They're still using their legs to.
Here's the problem. And real quick, the coldest I've ever been at a game was the 2006 Big 12 championship in Arrowhead. I don't know. We should have looked up, compared how cold that game was compared to the one on Saturday night, which would be interesting. But I don't know if it was so much the cold or the wind in that game. It was the fact that there was still snow and ice on the ground everywhere in the stands. And I did not anticipate how cold my feet were going to get.
So I found a story, Jack, from the Oklahoman, Barry Trammell, friend of the Grum.
Mm-hmm.
It was 30 degrees with a wind chill of 22.
Oh, that's all?
Isn't that crazy?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow. I remember that.
But as everyone talked about, it was the ice that was on the ground that made everybody cold.
Still, I really...
How much? What would we do for 22 degrees right now?
Oh, it'd be gorgeous.
Oh,
I
man,
really Mandela affected that thing in my mind. I thought it was like 10 below. Oh my gosh.
That's hilarious.
It was literally 50 degrees warmer by wind chill temperature for that Big 12 championship.
Seriously?
game.
Was it super windy? What was it?
Wind chill was 22, so it wasn't that windy if it was 30 degrees. Man, everyone, you know how like a lot of sporting events, like eventually 1 million people say they were there. This game, it's turned into, it was like the Ice Bowl.
Yeah.
Dude, it really did for me. That genuinely shocks me to hear that, Josh. That is not my memory.
Close.
That is not my memory of that day at all.
I was war stories. Meanwhile, there's Chiefs fans still frozen to their seats in Arrowhead Stadium.
I'm watching Andy Reid's frozen mustache, and I'm telling my kids, I was like, I was there in a game very similar. I was a game very similar, if not worse than this one. Maybe the worst of all time.
You know what would have been a fun science experiment? If at halftime, when he went into the locker room, if you wrung out the frozen mustache, how much water you would have been able to collect? Because, I mean, Reed's got that big bushy mustache that hangs down
like
below his
70s
upper
woman.
lip, right? I mean, the hair literally comes down below the upper lip, and he's got these giant ass icicles just hanging off of it.
Was that mostly snot?
No,
it's mostly just condensation.
Yeah.
It's frozen
and there
condensation.
Nick, there probably was some
in there too. But
sure. I mean,
hey, no, as I mentioned on Twitter after it, watch. It reminded me of Al Harris for the Packers when he got that pick six against Green Bay, and they interviewed him. It wasn't that cold for that game, but he took his helmet off, and his whole upper lip area had not been tended to with a Kleenex recently. It was. It was somebody, he needed a producer or someone to get in there and give that dude a Kleenex. It was nasty.
Or an ice pick.
Or an ice pick. Yes, something. It might have taken more than a Kleenex.
We needed more shots of that, quite frankly.
Of Andy Reid?
There's only one critique I can have of my friends at the Peacock. We needed more shots
otherwise no
of
critique.
Andy Reid and his frozen mustache.
Oh, unless Jason Garrett. Get him off of my television.
What was
Man,
hey guys,
here's Jason Garrett's analysis. A play's happening, and he's
yeah, he sucks. He sucks.
What was Andy Reid doing in that first COVID game? Didn't he wear the COVID mask weird or something? Maybe he could have used that.
He had the
he had the face shield. He had like the welder's
and so it was
mask.
fogging up, and so he could barely see through it. Oh man, COVID. Bad times.
People forget.
Yeah.
Oh, they could have given him one of those. It could have solved it, I think.
Scott, by the way, says, I was at the Big 12 championship game too. Can confirm it has to be -40. Don't believe the lies you read online.
Seriously, telling war stories.
Josh, I think the Oklahoman might be propaganda, is actually what I'm thinking. I think that
Barry Trammell is a liar, says Jack Mitchell.
That is misinformation.
That congressman, you lie.
Are you sure that isn't like Celsius or something? Wait, I guess that'd be warmer.
Well, if that was Celsius, it'd be like 85.
That's true.
The Dolphins would have won.
Oh, they would have.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes' helmet wouldn't have shattered.
Yeah.
No, it would have melted.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sad that you told me that, Josh. I liked my memory.
I apologize.
I liked my memory how it was.
All right, Jack Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen, have a great week. And
bye, Jack.
I fixed my internet, guys. Woo!
Try to keep your the front end loaders on your trailers.
Enjoy listening to the playoff game today, Jack. Enjoy listening to it.
I will be. I am able to do that, and I will
on
do that,
1180 the zone.
Yes, we know it's on 1180 the zone.
That's what I meant. On that, it comes in loud and clear in South Lincoln.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
It's gonna be glorious.
It sounds like 4K HD radio.
It really does.
Yeah, it does.
It's the Peacock radio. But it's free.
Because it's AM radio.
Yes.
All right. We'll continue in a minute.
Bye, Jack.
1620 the zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
But if you like trophies, that's great. I like sexy victories. I would rather have sex than have a trophy. Okay? That's just who I am. All right?
I think we could all
just
agree
like
on
the
that.
wide receiver from Wake Forest. People say that I like big-bodied women. That might be the case. I don't discriminate. Okay? I like big-bodied wide receivers. That's why I like the guy from Wake Forest. Okay, back to Iowa.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly cloudy and bitterly cold for your Martin Luther King Jr. Monday. A high today of 0, but feeling like 19 below with those wind chills. Expect breezy winds out of the northwest up to 25 miles an hour. Skies clear tonight, giving way to another very cold evening and morning. Overnight lows down to -11, feeling like -30 by Tuesday morning. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
At Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Midlands, one youth, one mentor, plus one moment could unlock limitless potential. When you sign up to become a mentor, you're matched up 1-to-1 with a child in the Omaha community. Sign up today at mentoromaha.org.
You can find pizza anywhere, but when you want pizza pie, piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Woodhouse Hyundai offers a streamlined car buying experience tailored to you. With the most versatile lineup of sedans and SUVs like the Hyundai Elantra or Santa Fe. Plus, your choice of standard engines, plug-in hybrid, or fully electric vehicles. Browse our current offers and save up to $12,000 off the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5 Limited. And when you shop Woodhouse Hyundai, you can rest easy with Hyundai Shopper Assurance, America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Start your deal online at woodhousehyundai.com today. Browse our inventory, personalize your payments, apply for financing, and more. Convenience delivered every time. This is Woodhouse Hyundai. With approved credit, tax title license extra. Must finance with Hyundai Financial and own competitive model. $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires January 31st, 2024. See dealer for details.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Cold and wet and delicious. Oh, that's pretty good.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Oh, not far away. God, I thought this Marquette game would be over by the time we kicked off Steelers-Bills. And Villanova's hanging around. 74-68 Marquette. 2 minutes and 34 seconds left. But the Bills-Steelers game about to begin. Yes, for the first time in history, the program is on during an NFL playoff.
Mm-hmm. It's like we're like Hard Knocks, because it was the first time Hard Knocks went to a playoff game. They did. Bad analogy. Continue.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, Nick.
It's
Sure.
fine.
Why not?
Can't win them all.
Speaking of basketball, we had one local team knock off a number one last week. Could it happen in back-to-back weeks? There will be an opportunity on Wednesday night.
Yeah, someone tweeted at us earlier, and I wish I could give this person credit, but essentially it was, has there ever been the two local teams, have they ever played the top-ranked team in back-to-back weeks? Has that ever happened with Nebraska and Creighton?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
This is only the sixth time that Creighton will play a number one ranked team. So, I mean, it'd be easy to look up, but I don't think they have happened in back-to-back weeks. But, of course, thanks to Nebraska knocking off Purdue and Houston losing and Kansas losing. It was process of elimination. Who's number 4? UConn. Did they lose? No. Did they go to number 1? Yes. So Creighton will face off against UConn on Wednesday night in a game you'll be able to hear here on 1620 The Zone. The Jays on a 4-game winning streak. Came back, beat St. John's in what was famously called a mud wrestling match. And it was. I mean, it was your typical
the
Big East slugfest.
Yeah, the intensity of the last, what would you say? I'd say like 8 minutes. I'd say after that.
Basically after the technical foul, which was about 9 minutes to go.
It's like the penultimate media timeout and beyond. It was just like everything seemed so freaking intense. So freaking intense.
If you would have told me going in that Creighton was going to go the entire second half without making a 3, and they would go basically the last 5 minutes without a field goal, I would have said, oh, so St. John's is winning by how many? But that's what happened. Creighton, first time this year, they went an entire half without making a 3. They only attempted 1 3 in the last 14 minutes of the game. And also did not have a field goal in the last 4 minutes and 47 seconds. All their points came at the free throw line. But they got stops. And got the stop at the end. I got to credit Rick Pitino, his post game, which made the rounds over the weekend.
Yeah, man after my own heart. Doesn't blame the refs. Doesn't whine about the officials like some people I know.
Well, he wouldn't have had much of a leg to stand on, considering that there probably would have been, if they would have actually called that game by the rules.
Both teams would have had a lot more fouls.
Yeah, St. John's would have had about 25 fouls in that half, and Creighton would have had about 15. But essentially, that's what it turned into.
Yeah.
Was, a slugfest. And Jays get the stop. They get the win. Against St. John's totally rebuilt roster. They only brought 2 guys back. Now, granted, one of them was, their star, Joel Soriano. But this is a team that has kind of quickly picked up what it is to be a Rick Pitino basketball team.
I was going to say, and we've had a lot of fun with Rick over the years.
Sure.
From a variety of perspectives. One, I always wanted him as Nebraska's coach, and of course, 15 seconds. It's very obvious that they are a Rick Pitino basketball team. Very, very quickly, they have become that. Very, very quickly, I am impressed by them. Very, very quickly, I think that, I'll be predicting this program to do really good things, in the tournament. I mean, they have already become that, and they're going to be a pain in the ass for Big East teams in future seasons. And so, yeah, shout out to them. It was a tough, gritty win for Creighton. It really was to be able to do what they did there at the very end and hold on and get the dub, especially given what you said with the lack of the 3-point shooting falling. And it was just tough. It's one of those nice wins that you like, because it's like, hey, we can win if the game turns into this.
Yes.
Versus if it's going one other way.
Yeah, first time all year they've won scoring less than 70 or 69.
Nice.
Doing it without making threes, which is what they've had to do. I mean, their 3-point shooting the last 6 games has been way below average for them, way below average. And yet they've managed to win most of those games. This one was even more of that. That said, I don't think you can go into stores on Wednesday night and continue to shoot that way from 3 and win. Not against a UConn team, which happens to be shooting lights out from 3 right now. And give credit to where credit is due. This was supposed to be a UConn team that was in rebuilding. And now they're the number 1 team in the country.
Yeah.
Their only loss are to Seton Hall, who's in first place in the Big East, and Kansas in Allen Fieldhouse, where nobody wins.
Correct.
But Kansas. So, pretty impressive. Stadium looks pretty full.
Dude, it does. I thought there'd be a lot more white of the snow there right now.
Yeah,
this is so weird.
The old Bills Rich Stadium looks pretty full.
Yeah.
17 degrees feels like 4. In other words, warmer than Kansas City was.
Yeah, warmer than Omaha right now.
I appreciate all the beer I see just being kept cold in the snowbank.
Yeah, did you see the beer at Arrowhead? Have you seen these?
Oh, yeah, when the cans would basically explode and the beer would
freeze. By the way,
it's
made it to 0 degrees in Omaha, so it's very nice and very comfortable. Look at that.
Wave.
We've
the sun's
done it.
out too.
Look at that. Melt that snow. Oh man, this sucks. Just want it to be warmer.
I know you do.
I miss the summer. I miss the summer.
Maybe next time you won't be so anxious to kill my summer.
I don't count down to anything. I don't count down to anything.
All right, Mitch Sherman's still to come. And I'm sure Josh really hasn't gotten into much detail about yesterday's tragedy. I know you have thoughts.
No, I certainly have many opinions.
You have many opinions.
Yeah.
I have opinions. You have opinions. We all have opinions.
Yeah.
402-951-1620. You can join us on the 42 Degrees, the Source hotline. Think warm thoughts and enjoy some playoff football.
Yeah.
The Bills are kicking off to the Steelers. Live NFL playoffs on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to keep fans across the country in the action on the biggest game days of the year. Whether you're one of 65,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium or you're streaming the game at home with Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds. Whenever it matters most, Cox keeps you connected. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023.
The world's on fire. Attacks in the Middle East. Ukraine and Russia at war. And right here, Joe Biden has created a dangerous threat to every American. Biden's open border policies have opened the floodgates to a record number streaming in, 12,000 in one day alone. This means increased terrorist threats and even more deadly fentanyl being delivered to our neighborhoods. President Trump will change that. He'll secure our borders by building even more wall. He'll end visitors from terrorist countries being allowed to enter. And Trump will treat the drug cartels the same as he treated terrorists who kill Americans. President Trump, the strength to protect our borders and our families.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey fans, looking for the best seats without the hidden fees? Then you need to check out Tickets for Less. Whether it's Creighton games, Husker matchups, or big-time concerts and events, they've got you covered, all with no service fees. Now, you ready to score a deal? Use the code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and save on your next event. You prefer to go mobile? Grab the free Tickets for Less app and shop with ease. Every seat holds a story, so find yours and save when you use the promo code THEZONE at ticketsforless.com and the Tickets for Less app today.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
To hear Nick react to the first good Steelers play, you would think it was the fourth quarter and it's coming down to the wire.
It was a good run. He ran good.
Yes, the Steelers got one first down on their first drive, and now they are punting from near midfield against Buffalo in the first quarter, just underway. The AFC wildcard game, the 7 versus the 2.
2 by attrition. They're not really worth the second spot.
Who would you give the 2 seed to then, Nick? You don't think the Chiefs are very good? Would you give it to the Houston Texans?
No, actually, I probably would give it to the Chiefs.
Okay. Even though they lost to the Bills.
They were 10-7.
Famously.
And weren't that great this year.
Famously, they lost to the Bills.
Yeah, a lot of good teams have lost to really bad teams.
Okay.
Like the Cardinals.
Cardinals are good. I was saying it in September. Tough football team. That
And
Arizona
the
Cardinals
Titans. The Titans beat a really good team. People forget about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, speaking of teams that once upon a time used to be really bad, and the dregs of the NFL are now being celebrated today for their first playoff win in 32 years.
Mm.
The Detroit Lions. And listen, I've been very upfront. I've been a Jared Goff guy. So I'm happy for Jared Goff. I'm sad my team lost, of course. Did I want to see the Rams pummel the absolute crap out of him? Yes.
Did you want to see them rip off his arm and feed it to him?
Yes.
Of course you did.
Yes. But happy for Jared Goff. I'm happy for Lions fans. Good for them. They played a good game, especially on offense in the first half. My frustration. Yesterday was a bad day for defensive coordinators who were trying to build their resumes for future jobs.
Yes,
Raheem
it was.
Morris didn't do many favors for himself. Dan Quinn did very little favors
No,
for
Dan Quinn did
himself.
zero favors for himself. Zero.
But you know, the Lions, this is a team that had a lot on its plate this year. I mean, people were picking them to win the division, and they famously came through. They lived up to the hype.
Sean, that's the thing, man. Like the farther we get away from this season, the more like preordained it's all going to feel. Like, yeah, and everyone thought they were going to be good, and then they were good, and it was not a surprise. But it's like, how often do we in the offseason, whether it's in pro or college football, we find that next team where we say, that's the one. I like that team. They're going to make a run. And sometimes it happens. Sometimes it does end with them being happy to be there. I've seen many a franchise have a real nice breakthrough year. I've seen the Lions do it. In fact, a little over a decade ago, they made with Jim Schwartz their first run to the playoff since the 90s. And they got steamrolled by the New Orleans Saints. And it was like, that was a fun season. You know, time to move on. And this year, they were impressive. Now both of our teams had a chance to go against them. Obviously, they gave Dallas everything they could handle. They, obviously gave your team everything they could handle. They move on. And I will say that I was wrong about Jared Goff. I did not think that he had this in him. Like, I thought that he would be a bit more inconsistent. Like, I know his highs are very high. He took a team to a Super Bowl. His lows have been very low. I mean, and that, I don't want to bring up sad sort of subjects for you, but like, that's what does make yesterday cool for him is that, like, we always talk about, McVay wanted to move on and he found Stafford. It's like, but emotionally, what did that do for Goff? And for him to not allow it to break him and to then come through. And then in this game that all of us are like, that'd be a cool story if they played each other in the playoffs. How interesting would that be? And he went out and he delivered, especially in the first half, like you mentioned. He does seem like a genuinely good guy. So it's like cool
he's
for
very
him from
low
that
key.
perspective.
He's not
too.
a braggart or anything like that. He's not one of these emotionally over the top individuals. He's very even keel.
Yeah.
Now,
even keel.
I still maintain if the situations were reversed and the quarterback who was basically living on his backside most of that game traded places with the quarterback who pretty much had a clean jersey most of that game would have ended up very differently. I will admit, I feel a little vindicated with my rankings last week about Mr. Stafford because he played his ass off.
See, I feel vindicated about mine because he played his ass off too. Mahomes, not Dak.
I'm comfortable that I left him off my list.
Well, only a moron would do that. I mean, Stafford showed his traditional toughness. It was probably the most appropriate game he could have played in front of that crowd because
he got his ass beat all the time in Detroit.
Those are the types of games he had to play and win for Detroit.
Yeah.
The difference was they didn't get the win in this case.
Yeah.
And it came down to frickin' red zone, which I was afraid of.
Yeah.
The I love my coach. I love Sean McVay. Someone needs to take the damn Waffle House menu away from him when they get inside the 20 and just let Stafford call the plays.
What did you think about the punt at the end of the game? With that amount of time left, where down in distance, where they were, What did you think? Because I was stunned that they punted that.
Now,
ball.
it was what, 4th and 15?
It was.
It was 4th and 15. So,
like, it wasn't an auto. They're going to gain a first down. But just like, because my thought was, oh my gosh, I don't know if they're going to be able to get the ball back.
Well, I didn't have much faith they were going to get the ball back. They probably should have gone for it there. Obviously, hindsight's 2020
for sure. So here, real quick,
now the thing was, the Rams had actually D'd up well in the second half. They had gotten a 3 and out. They had held Detroit to under 100 yards and only 3 points. So I guess by percentage, it made some sense.
How would you have felt? And so for those who missed it or aren't remembering, so it was 3rd and 4. There's a holding penalty that makes it then 3rd and 14 from the 44. It's an incomplete pass to Puka Nacua. And that's
after a holding that was not called.
And so it's 4:15 to go in the game. I don't remember how many timeouts you had in that moment.
We had one timeout left because we had to use 2 others because of, again, another of the nervous tics that Sean McVay has is we sometimes don't get our plays in time.
So from this spot, and look, I know I have made fun of Brett Maher many times, but one thing that I would say about Brett Maher is that he has a killer leg. And so in theory,
he wasn't going to make that field goal.
You're happy that you'd rather punt or go for it.
Did you see the kick? I mean, the kicks that he made
I know.
were clunky.
It's scary.
They look like high school kicks.
Yeah, it's scary when Brett
Maher is toast.
Yeah. Okay, so you were okay with not going for the field goal, but you're kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Well, it was what, 4th and 15 from the what?
4th and 14 from the 44-yard line.
Yeah, Maher wasn't making that kick.
So you had been a 60-some-odd yard.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, it would have made more sense to go for it.
Yeah.
Versus kicking the field goal. That would have been the last option because the percentage of that kick going through would have been point. So many points and zeros.
Yeah.
It wasn't even worth calculating.
Yeah, and then the Lions get 3 first downs in the game is over.
Only needed 2 first downs.
Yeah,
got 2 first downs and the game was over.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of those.
Right,
you were kind of in a no man's land situation there.
Yeah, I think you're right. If it's a little bit more or a little bit less yardage, it's an obvious go for it situation. I think that you're right. Like ultimately, I was like, I'm kind of surprised they're not going for it, but that was also because I just didn't think they were going to get the ball back.
Yeah,
and like you said, you didn't think so either. But it's just so many yards. And so what's the likelihood of getting the first
now?
down?
I'm not disrespecting the Lions here because I will be rooting for your team.
Bite your kneecaps,
I will
John.
be rooting for your team in these playoffs.
Yeah, me too.
If a certain team from the Bay Area does not make the Super Bowl, this will be one of the greatest failures in the history of the Frisco Niners.
Nice.
Because this is all set up for
well
them.
Played.
This is all set. No, seriously.
No, I know, but this is good rivalry talk, though.
They're going to be at home. They're going to face the Packers.
Yeah.
And I know the Packers beat the Cowboys, et cetera.
Cowboys are a sad sack franchise. Who cares? No one cares.
The 49ers
They're garbage.
are a far more mentally tough
100%.
franchise.
100%.
They are a franchise built to win.
Better quarterback,
mentally and physically.
better skill players.
They have Christian McCaffrey.
Better coaching,
defense.
All of that. If they don't make the Super Bowl this year, this will be one of the greatest failures in the history of that franchise because it is all set up for them.
Yeah, I like the cut of your jib.
All of it.
I mean, it would be, you would see so now you can say, thank you for proving me right. But if they lose, you can say, wow, what a disaster of a job by the 49ers. Well played. I like this move.
Spot the lie, though.
I like this move.
Spot the lie.
No, you're not. I mean,
now they have not faced Detroit. Touchdown Buffalo.
Crap.
Uh-oh. The chaos bracket is falling apart.
Dawson Knox from Josh Allen, about a 15-yard touchdown pass, 6-0. PAT coming.
Nil. John, this isn't
soccer.
This is American football, John.
6-0.
Thank you.
6-0. And the snow. Oh, look at the snowballs.
Hell
the snowballs
yeah.
are flying. Oh, we're gonna have a game stoppage today because of snowballs. I guarantee it.
Buffalo fans, the worst.
Yeah, they're throwing it on the field. Look at all the snow.
I wonder how many of the rubber phallic devices will be thrown on the field in case.
Don't do that.
Snow.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
It might freeze and hit someone in the face.
Yeah. That could be dangerous.
Go Bills.
Ew.
7-0 Buffalo.
By the way, I forget if they win and they play the Chiefs, that game is on Sunday night.
Sunday night. That'll be the last game.
Tight.
Waiting all day for Sunday night.
Wonder what the weather is going to be like for Buffalo on Sunday.
Oh, there's probably another lake effect snow.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah,
God knows what else.
Real quick before we go to break and talk to Mitch Sherman, it will be 22. Wind of 12 miles per hour, partly cloudy.
You can't.
That's
trust,
true. You never know about
trust any forecast.
It said it's going to snow the next 4 days. So, man, it loves snowing in Buffalo.
That's that
whole question.
That Lake Erie thing.
Buffalo.
And they thought it was a good place to build a city. Hey, let's put a city next to a giant lake where it gets really cold.
They invented wings. We appreciate them.
We had wings last night.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
It was good.
Yeah.
I ate them right at the end of your game.
No, that sounds
I thought Paul McCartney invented wings.
All right, let's go to break.
The wings were good.
Good. Did you make them or you got them from somewhere?
No, we made them.
Yeah, did you char them a little too much for your family?
No. The wife made them. The wife made them.
Oh, so
because it was too cold to fire up the smoker.
How'd you make them? Oven?
In the cast iron.
Oh, that's good.
Fried.
I haven't done that in a while.
Were they crispy enough? No.
Of course not. It's never crispy enough for you.
I like my wings crispy.
Burnt. John likes his burnt.
No, not burnt. Crispy.
Show us pictures of your wings. Very burnt.
They're not burnt.
The whole thing is
Don't
black.
take her side on this.
No, I like a char on it, but you like the whole wing to be charred. I like the grill lines. You want the grill.
No, I don't want the grill. I want the char. I want the things, but I want
He wants
crispy.
it black all the way around.
He wants his wing to be able to start a fire into the grill to make more wings.
Yeah, correct.
Well, that's only for those stupid flats. Yeah, that's what you use that for the kindling. You eat the drummies.
This is why you and I work so well together.
We
I
do.
take the flats, you take
can have
the
those
drummies.
assy flats.
Oh, assy.
I'll take the meaty, delicious drummies.
Assy. That was the Cowboys yesterday. Assy.
Yeah, they were. Mitch Sherman next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, heads up an earlier crash in cleanup stages, still causing a little bit of a delay on eastbound I-80 near Capehart Road. Otherwise, delays on westbound L Street between 84th and 96th. Delays on westbound 370 between 72nd and 84th. And then also be ready for some delays on Dodge for both directions between 30th and 42nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Omaha Transmission.
If you're having transmission problems, you need a specialist. Call Omaha Transmission and see why people have been recommending them for almost 20 years.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
There's a reason people are joining the movement behind Nikki Haley.
She's a very, very successful governor. Haley shows us what American foreign policy looks like with the spine.
Your family deserves a president with grit and grace, a different style, not a name from the past. Nikki Haley will secure our border, restore our economy, and make our nation respected once more. Listen to Nikki Haley.
Our moment is now. Our mission is clear. Let's save our country and secure our future, and let's move forward together toward our destiny in a strong and proud America.
Iowa, it's time to caucus. Go to NikkiHaley.com/Iowa to learn more. And on Monday, January 15th, don't forget to caucus for a new generation of conservative leadership. That's NikkiHaley.com/Iowa.
I'm Nikki Haley, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Nikki Haley for president.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction at yourexteriorexperts.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Nick Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
The Steelers, with an A-plus response to that Buffalo scoring drive, go 3 and out. And the Bills have the ball back up 7-0.
Mm-hmm.
If you're worried that game's going to turn into a blowout, you can always turn over to the exciting NBA on TNT MLK Day edition, where Atlanta is leading the Spurs 69-41.
Nice. Wow. Not
If
great.
you like seeing sad Greg Popovich, this game is for you.
Yeah.
Meantime, Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joins us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Hello, Mitch.
Hey, John. Hi, Josh. How are you?
Been better.
Yeah, it was a bad day yesterday for the Grum.
Yeah.
All of our playoff teams lost.
Yeah.
That is true. I knew, I had thought about Josh and figured he was upset, but John, your Rams did go down too. Not in quite the same fashion, but
No,
Sorry
it wasn't.
to
It wasn't.
hear
It,
that.
it was actually a game in the fourth quarter.
It's odd, Mitch. I will say it's
And the
odd to
third
be,
quarter.
and I know that I am, known around here as obviously a large Cowboys fan, but that people, when they watch,
You're not that large. You've lost some weight thanks to that
nice.
running.
That people think of me when they lose in horrific fashion. I don't know if I should be honored or angry.
there are some others. You're not the only one that I think of. Cowboys are a popular enough team that I know some other Cowboys fans, but just, hey, if I'm thinking about your show and the Cowboys played yesterday, then that comes to mind. I mean, are you hopeful for a Belichick Cowboys union?
No, I'd rather them go after Jim Harbaugh, if I'm being honest, if they're going to move on from McCarthy. But I'll be optimistic in September. Today, I am not optimistic about anything. But September comes and I'll probably be right there, saying they're going to go to the Super Bowl again.
Well, yeah, they could dig up the ghost of Chan Gailey and put him on the
Then
sidelines.
I'm out on Chan Gailey.
You'd be out.
Dave Campo and 5-11 Dave. I'd be out on that move too.
So Mitch, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just was going to say that I saw Jimmy was fired up on TV, so maybe they could bring him back.
That was a piece of halftime work.
I'm happy I missed it.
Yeah, it was pretty
happy I
contrived and pretty dumb.
Yeah.
Mitch, I'm curious, this early off-season roster makeover, the 6 additions from the portal, obviously the recruits that were signed in the first class. What does that tell you about where Matt Rule is positioning this group year 2?
I honestly think that the Dylan Raiola addition just jump-started everything, and Nebraska would have still pursued some transfers, but I think that created a sense of urgency because when you have a quarterback, as we see on social media today, who can throw it 70 yards in the air, you're going to need to put some pieces around him because you have an opportunity right now to do some things that you otherwise would not in this offense if he was, say, in Athens, Georgia right now, getting ready for, he'd still be in Hawaii, but if he was headed back to Athens, Georgia after his week in Hawaii, which ends Friday night in the Polynesian Bowl. So that he's the catalyst, and clearly we've seen things that have happened with the portal, especially on the offensive side, since Dylan came on board on December 20th. And it's been significant. I mean, the 2 wide receivers, as I started to go through what looks to be the spring roster just today, in preparing, whatever it is, the way that I break that down. I'm not sure yet because I don't think that looking at the 85 on scholarship is the way to do it anymore. I think what happens with NIL now has changed the discussion about the key players in the program. So perhaps it's like the 115 who are going to get invited to preseason camp. And as I started to put those pieces together, you look at that wide receiver group, and at the top of the list, both in experience and also in ability, are the Jamal Banks and Isaiah Nair. And those are just 2 significant pieces. And, you can go down the list to Dante Dowdell and Micah Mazuka. And I don't know how many of those guys Nebraska gets if it doesn't sign Dylan on December 20th. The answer might be 0. And that's if so, or even if not, it's pretty major what they've done so far in this offseason to start to make things over. And there'll be another round of change, both incoming and outgoing after the spring. I don't think it'll be as significant, certainly not as significant when you include the recruits, but I don't think in the portal it'll be as significant as what we saw here in the last couple of weeks. And it's a better roster right now on January 15th than it was on Black Friday, which is always encouraging if you're the coach moving into his second year.
Which of these additions, and maybe you kind of answered this at the beginning of the answer, but which of these additions is most intriguing to you at this point in time?
I'm intrigued by quarterbacks all the time, and when you bring in the highest rated recruit in the history of the program, and he looks physically and emotionally ready to take on what he's likely going to be asked to do in 24, and there'll be bumps in the road, but if he stays healthy, I think he's the guy. That to me is the most intriguing. If you take him out of the equation.
Yeah. What about the ones of the last week, the portal guys?
Yeah. I'm intrigued by Mazuka.
Yeah.
Probably not the sexy answer, but I'm really intrigued by him because of what it allows Nebraska to do on the offensive line. When you add another solid piece who you can probably put in ink as the starter at guard next to Bryce Benhart on the right side, it really makes a big difference. Not just at right guard, but it makes a big difference in what you can do really with your entire offensive line. I mean, you might be able to now have a tackle who is backing up both tackles and otherwise would have had to have played offensive guard in this system. And you're freed up with perhaps somebody who would have started at guard who can now back up all of the positions on the interior, including Ben Scott at center. They're old and experienced and pretty talented and deep on the offensive line when you look at that group as a whole right now. Now, they're not all healthy. But even if the guys who aren't healthy right now, and I'm talking about Ethan Piper and Turner Corcoran, even if they're not able to come back and be, Piper, I think, is a long shot to come back, period. Corcoran, we'll see. He's been through so much injury-wise, medically in his career that if he's not a part of the mix, even without that, just the pieces that they have coming back, the two tackles and the guards now with Mazuka and Ben Scott, this is a different kind of offensive line than what Nebraska's been able to put out there in recent seasons. And it speaks to the work that Donovan Raiola has done. And it makes a big difference for Dylan and for those wide receivers that they signed, because presumably the quarterback is going to have some time to get the ball to them.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. It does make a world of difference when you go into an off season, or at least you're in the midst of an off season, and you have the quarterback figured out. I mean, because as you were answering that, I was thinking, well, what if they didn't have Dylan Raiola? Well, certainly they would have probably gone into the portal for somebody, but whether or not that somebody would have generated the excitement, certainly brought in maybe some of these other players. You're right. Just that one addition, which came about basically at the 11th hour, has changed the entire scope of this offseason, and you wonder how much it then changes the entire scope of the expectations for next season, or at least the anticipation for next season.
Yeah, it's going to change a lot, I think, of the external expectations. I mean, anybody who talks about Nebraska football on a regional, Big Ten, or national level in the next 8 months, leading up to the season opener against UTEP, Dylan's name is probably going to be the first one out of their mouth, or onto the computer screen among players. Yeah. I mean, surely you're going to talk about Matt Rule, you're going to talk about Tony White, you're going to talk about whatever it is that Nebraska ends up doing in the way it structures its offensive system. And still, Marcus Satterfield is going to be in charge of the offense. But anticipating some change as far as who coaches the quarterbacks. All of that stuff is over here. And then on the other side, it's all going to be about Dylan. And, I think they'll have to, and they want to do this. They're not going to throw him to the wolves in spring ball. I don't think we're going to hear from Dylan a ton in spring practice, probably once, maybe again after the spring game, if I'm guessing, and some of that's an educated guess, just about the way that they want to handle this. They don't want to, a year from now, different story. His first year goes well. You're going into 2025. He can be the guy you take the Big Ten media days. He can be the guy who, leads off your media availabilities every Monday press conference, when they roll out the interviews for spring practice. But this year's different. And I think they're going to try to shield him. But it's going to be tough because everyone's going to want to talk about him, and he's going to be at the start of the conversation about Nebraska football, no matter what and when it is over the next 8 to 9 months. And then if the season goes and it goes on and he's playing well and staying healthy, then he's going to continue to be the centerpiece. That's kind of what he signed up for. I think he understands that. I think his family understands that, and they're ready to embrace the challenge.
Mitch, pardon me if I've asked this before over the last month and change, but, with the Casey Thompson news coming out this weekend that he's going to be going over to Oklahoma, it kind of reignited a lot of discussions in some of my groups about, well, what does this mean for Nebraska's quarterback room and the concerns about that? And I've been pretty steadfast in thinking that they will add an additional piece in terms of depth, a scholarship player at some point after spring football would be my guess. Am I wrong for being like super bullish on this happening, or is there a chance that the quarterback room as it stands today on January 15th is what it's going to be by the time September 1st rolls around?
Yeah, there's definitely a chance that it stays the way that it is. And there's also a chance that they add a piece. But I think that's going to be dependent on how these quarterbacks look in the spring. And I think you're solid with the 3 on scholarship. I don't think anybody's going anywhere. Now, They would like to use Heinrich Haarberg as a weapon in the offense. They would like to be able to feature him and get him on the field in ways that don't require him to be the starting quarterback. So that opens up more of a possibility that somebody else could be brought in. Heinrich, I think, is still going to continue to work with those guys and study film, because you can't go in to a season with a pair of true freshmen on scholarship and say we're gonna roll with that, unless as you said, you bring somebody else in, and I think they're going to try to walk that line. I think they're going to try to bring along Heinrich and expand his skill set, and then make that decision after the spring based on the way that Dylan Raiola practices and looks in the spring, based on the way that Daniel Kalen, to a lesser degree, because he's a developmental guy and likely headed for a redshirt season, based on the way that he looks in the spring. But he's an early enrollee too, so they always want to give the early enrollees the opportunity to earn their way to get on the field, no matter the position that you play. So don't, totally discount the possibility that, Danny Kalen could be the number 2 guy, and they're going to say, all right, we're going to have you ready to play. Even if he's the number 3 guy, you've got to be prepared to get him ready. And they're also going to look at the walk-ons that they have. And it's 2 of them, really one who's in the program right now that, is a viable option to provide depth. And that's Luke Longball, who spent a year at Iowa Western and then was in Lincoln this past year. Not as a guy who could end up as a starter, but just somebody who can provide depth. All of that's going to go into the equation. Most important, how the freshmen look in the spring when they make the decision about whether they want to go out and try to pursue whether it's an older quarterback or, a guy who's been in college for a year or 2. And of course, if you take that path, then you have to find somebody who readily understands that, look, you just signed a 5-star kid and they're going to try to make him the starter, not just this year, but well into the future. And there are not a lot of guys in the portal who are ready and willing to jump into that situation. But I do think that those players exist each year in small numbers.
The Bills have taken advantage of a Steeler fumble. Dalton Kincaid touchdown pass, 14-0 Buffalo, 4 minutes left first quarter, as we're talking with Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. The makeover also has apparently included the staff. Now, for those Husker fans who pay real close attention to these things, it's probably a little more newsworthy than to the casual or average fan, but CJ Cavazos, who oversaw the walk-on program, and Omar Hales, who oversaw the local high school recruiting program, are both no longer with the team. What do these moves, if anything, tell you?
Well, they're not the only ones. You can pull up the directory on Huskers.com. I'm a little bit puzzled by, some of the reporting on this and that these two left the program when there's about 7 or 8 who have left the program. And they're not all as visible as those two. Omar Hales had a visible profile on Twitter, and players enjoyed interacting with him when they were on campus or, it was on social media. So it's understandable that that's going to get some notice, but you're talking about some staffers who were in like mid-level positions. And, I don't think ever were set to be at Nebraska for the long haul, at least not at Nebraska in the positions that they were in for the long haul. What's different about Matt Rule in the way that he builds his staff in comparison to the way that all coaches at Nebraska have built their staffs in the past is that this thing is so big. It's like twice the size, the whole support staff and everything of what Nebraska had under Scott Frost. So with Rule wants to give opportunities to, and Cavazos is not necessarily a young guy, but he likes to give opportunities to young administrators and recruiting staffers and coaches, whether they're full-time or in quality control or GA or analysts, and give them opportunities to advance their career, whether that's at Nebraska or spend a short time at Nebraska and then move on to somewhere else. So you've seen departures from Nebraska's strength staff. You've seen departures from the recruiting staff. You've seen departures from the administrative positions that Nebraska has within its football program, even in some positions outside of football with people who deal with football on a regular basis. And, that's all just a product of the way that Rule puts this staff together. So I don't think it's like there's an exodus. If you want to look at it that way, there's always going to be an exodus, because when you got 60 or 70 people on the staff, there's going to be a constant churn with people looking for new opportunities or just choosing to move on after each season. And that's where I group Hales and Cavazos. But I will certainly say that yes, the Hales one is noticeable because he does interact a lot with recruits for the public to be able to see, or he did at least.
Hey, Mitch, I was thinking about the announcement by the Big Ten when they added USC and UCLA, and then, of course, this past summer adding Oregon and Washington, and how our views of those 4 programs have undergone changes at various points over the last 18 months. Because at first it was like, wow, USC, Lincoln Riley, this is going to be incredible. They might come in and do a lot of good things. Then they're on the downturn this year, but of course, Oregon and Washington are like, wow, Kalen DeBoer, this will be fascinating. And obviously now he is at Alabama. So as all this dust has settled, I wonder how you view just like the current state of these additions, given that Washington will also be undergoing a coaching change. And obviously it wouldn't surprise a whole lot of us if UCLA and or USC wasn't, that far down the road doing so as well within the next couple of years.
Yeah, we're getting a different Washington than what it looked like a week ago.
Very
right?
different.
So, Jed Fish is a worthy addition to the Big Ten, and you can see Arizona was helpless to keep Arizona, now a Big 12 program, was helpless to keep Washington, now a Big 10 program, from just up and taking its coach. And I think that's where we're headed in college football, is that the coaches who are at the top of the game, or who are perceived to be at the top of the game because of the work that they've done in recent seasons, so often it's recency bias. I mean, a year ago, Kalen DeBoer was a nice coach at Washington. He certainly wasn't somebody that Alabama would have considered for an opening, but hey, fast forward 15 games and he's at the top of the world. And, he's succeeding Nick Saban, which just would have sounded wild 12 months ago. Same thing with Jed Fish and where he's taken it, where he took Arizona in a short period of time. So, it's going to be the most competitive landscape along with the SEC in all of college football. And if you can have really any kind of continuity, Nebraska's got it for 1 year. I mean, Matt Rule came in and gave Nebraska a 1 year head start, gave it the opportunity to develop some stability 1 year before the Big Ten went national with the addition of these 4 programs. And that's significant. It's valuable for Nebraska that it has the foundation. It's much better than if Nebraska was in the spot of, if it was in the spot that it was a year ago. Right now, that would make things more difficult. At least you've got that year of solid footing with a head coach who understands the landscape and knows what he wants to do here, and has been able to go out and make the kind of additions as he goes into year two that Rule has made. It's valuable and important for Nebraska's ability to be able to compete in the Big Ten. But you're going to continue to see turnover. The great coaches are going to have opportunities to move on to places like Alabama, or in the case of Jim Harbaugh, the NFL. I think that this is only going to be the norm moving down the road for coaches to move every year, both in and out of the conference. And the more that Nebraska can provide an environment that's stable, then the better it will be for the football program in Lincoln.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, appreciate it. Thanks. And enjoy the Polynesian Bowl this Friday night.
It's like appointment viewing now. So, how often do you have a quarterback in one of these high school all-star games who's at the top of a depth chart for a major college program? I don't know that I can ever remember it, but we've got it this week.
Mitch Sherman, take care.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, guys.
He mentioned Harbaugh there a minute ago. Is this just a new thing? Or
yes, somebody asked on YouTube, why did you talking about the Chargers?
Yeah, the Chargers put out a social media graphic. You know how when, a guy commits, a program will put out a fancy graphic.
Yeah.
The Chargers put out a graphic with a picture of Jim Harbaugh saying, "Coach interview completed."
Yeah, they have to announce that they have done interviews. Now, turning it into graphics, that's more of a new thing, but yeah, they have to. It's a part of NFL rules. Rules stipulate that you have to announce who you're interviewing or who you have interviewed.
Right, but to make it like a recruitment.
They want likes and retweets.
Now, certainly of the possible candidates that are out there, that's probably the one that might excite Charger fans the most. Wouldn't you think?
Oh, yeah. I'd say he would, excite most fan bases the most at this point in time. He'd excite my fan base. I'd be excited if Dallas was like, hey, we interviewed Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Like, sign me up. Make John even angrier. It's like, how can...
Well, but it'll be even better because it'll be like two birds with one stone. Dallas loses, Harbaugh loses. It's great.
It's like, how can you cook up a way to make people hate the Cowboys even more? Jim Harbaugh becomes their head coach.
Yep.
It really would be perfect. You mentioned during the interview with Mitch, the Bills on it was a Dalton Kincaid touchdown, right?
Yep.
Go up 14-0. So George Pickens had caught a pass and he made a football move. He kind of dives in between a couple of Bills. It's one of those plays that I'm always stunned when it happens in football, where the knee somehow doesn't go down and he just he's diving in the air. The ball's punched out. They called it incomplete live. McDermott challenges it and it's overturned. And so they get the ball immediately, quick change right down the middle of the field in between the hashes, touchdown. And so 2 scores. The Bills just got the ball back after a quick 3 and out, and they were unable to do anything with it themselves. And so they just punted. How you doing over there, Chaos Boy?
Steelers are bad.
Yep.
Well,
this is what happens normally with 7 seeds. Normally, this is what happens.
Normally. But not every 7 seed.
A few years ago, 7 seeds didn't even exist.
That's true.
Their seasons were done.
They were.
What I was banking on here was this is going to be one of the games the Bills decided they weren't going to show up to.
That'll be next week versus the Chiefs, Nick. When Patrick Mahomes leads the Chiefs to a victory in Buffalo. And we all say, why?
Oh, is he going to throw the ball to himself? That'll be nice.
No. Rashee Rice, man. That guy's good.
Oh, he'll be due for some big drops.
No, you're talking about the other guys.
No, he'll be due for some.
You're talking about his Hall of Fame tight end.
They all have them.
You're talking about his Hall of Fame tight end. Hall of Fame tight end.
Is this like the what Emo Josh turns into?
What?
Emo Josh now
I'm rooting for Bill
all
Buffalo.
in for the Chiefs.
No, it's just I came away and part of it was
because they beat the Dolphins in 40 degrees.
Oh my gosh, they just fumbled
weather.
again. Did the Bills get it?
Looks like it.
Why? What's happening?
It looks like, is that Freiermuth?
Oh, what a tackle.
He fumbles as he's
landing
right at the sideline, and the ball magically stays in bounds, and the Bills recover.
No, this is not me being emo. It's just you didn't come away super impressed by the Chiefs. In that weather.
Did they play well? Yes.
I know you hate them now.
No. It has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Did they play well? Yes.
Yeah.
They were playing an opponent That was literally the best opponent next to the Philadelphia Eagles you could have put in that situation.
Dallas. They would have beat Dallas by like 80 in that
I
situation.
think Dallas would have brought more resistance than Miami. Easily.
You think so?
Easily.
You're saying that after what you saw yesterday?
Yes. I'm saying that after what I said yesterday.
No, I came away.
Because at least Dallas was healthy.
So in the post game, Andy Reid mentions, like, yeah, they probably thought we were going to come out running the ball. And they didn't. They came out throwing the football. And there's just something to say. We are not changing our game plan, regardless of what the weather conditions are.
Which is fine.
I'm very surprised that you didn't come away impressed. I trust Patrick Mahomes more than any quarterback in the sport. Like, that's a big part of it. Part of it.
It's not so much a Mahomes thing with me. It's all the pieces around him. Now, if they commit, and they're going to need to commit to the run. And Pacheco was solid. Pacheco was solid.
He runs hard.
And the Chiefs do play good defense. I'm not saying the Chiefs are automatic
They're a
out.
fluke away from beating them already. That game will be fun as hell, though. That game will be fun.
It's a whole different animal when you go on the road in the playoffs.
Yep.
It's a whole different animal.
Clearly.
And Mahomes has never had to do that. And if the Bills hold on and win this game, and judging by how the Steelers are handling
they're
the football,
going to.
They should. We'll see.
Oh, they're not handling the football, John. That's their problem.
Yeah.
They'll touch up for a second, then they're like, oh.
All right, we'll continue after this on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Had a bad experience, Josh. Would you like to talk about it? In high school, I had a girlfriend who was trying to change my appearance to be more like Harry Potter. I don't know what tipped me off.
You were like, are you trying to Harry Potterize me?
I don't know if those were the exact words, but that was pretty much the beginning of the end for that.
Wow, what a time.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Skies become mostly clear this evening, breezy and frigid tonight. A low temperature near 10 below zero, but a wind chill near 30 below zero. Sunny skies for Tuesday, a high just near 9. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a stall blocking the right shoulder on eastbound I-80 near Capehart, still causing delays through there. A crash over in Council Bluffs on westbound I-80 just before the Madison Avenue exit, causing a little bit of a delay. Then if you're east on L Street, delays between 36th and the JFK, and delays on Dodge for both directions between 120th and 108th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
The electrical market requires your company to adjust to an ever-changing field. IBEW Local 22 gives you flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, and proven training programs. Call Bob at IBEW Local 22 for details at 402-980-7596.
Want to do something nice for a veteran? Then stop by any 42 Degree location and receive an extra discount with your donation of can or box food and hygiene products for the Veterans Food Pantry of Omaha. Donate 2 cans and receive an extra 5%. 4 get you 10%. 6 or more, 15%. With multiple locations, the most knowledgeable and friendliest staff, and a drop-off point for all your food and hygiene products for the Veterans Food Pantry. 42 Degrees, the source by your mom's house.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your Omaha Mavericks hockey team is back in action at Baxter Arena as the Mavs take on the top 10 ranked Denver Pioneers Friday and Saturday, January 19th and 20th. Get your tickets for these games and all remaining games as the Mavericks compete for the NCHC Championship. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Oh, man, I got to get my brown on.
The 1620, The Zone.
Well, good news, Steeler fans. They gave the ball back to your team. Apparently, the ball hit Freiermuth in the helmet as he was out of bounds, and thus making it a dead ball.
I think that's what's happening because I
didn't see that.
Okay, that's because I'm just going off of Twitter, but it seems like that is what people who are watching the game are saying, that they said that it went off of Freiermuth's helmet when he was out of bounds after the ball had already been fumbled.
Well, the Steelers have their best sustained drive so far, so they're trying to make a game out of it here, down 14-0.
By the way, Bills
in
now
the second
out of challenges because they already had to challenge the wrong turnover earlier when they called it an incomplete pass on the George Pickens fumble. They won that one, so McDermott has to challenge twice in the first quarter, loses the second one, so now they are out of challenges for the rest of the game. If only, John, here's an idea that I came up with on the spot. If only challenges were connected to timeouts that you have remaining, I think that'd be a good idea. What do you think about my new idea for
your new idea?
My new idea, fixing challenges. Thoughts?
No, I'm not a big fan.
Okay.
I had a really cool idea.
What's that?
To help with the NIL stuff, they should just do straight up contracts.
Straight up scholarship contracts?
Yeah, scholarship contracts.
That's a great idea.
I think that's a good name for it.
I got one more idea for you. Divisions. It's dumb that we're moving away from divisions. Back
you know
in
what?
college football.
I agree. We should do that.
Yeah. What other ideas?
John, what are your thoughts on divisions? And
I have no.
Nick also hates universal health care too, John. What do you think about
that? Shane must hate watch the Grum.
What does Shane say?
Did you see what Shane wrote on the YouTube comments?
No, I didn't.
Dolphins lose, Cowboys destroyed, and Rams lose.
Shane.
Just gives me a fuzzy good feeling for the week.
Wow, Shane. Harsh and hurtful.
Yeah.
who do you like? I bet I know what.
I bet I know what
team
team he
John
likes.
keeps disrespecting that. I'm no longer disrespecting.
I'm fully disrespecting.
I know you are, Nick. I know you are.
I think they should put next Saturday or next Sunday night's game on Peacock too. Peacock only.
Not a bad idea. Peacock exclusive
What
game.
if the Super Bowl was only on Peacock?
If a certain team makes it, sure, why not?
Sure. Why not? Why not?
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Well, Josh has yet to give us his Cowboy manifesto, but before we do that.
Oh, fun.
Well, Jordan Love.
Oh, yeah. How about him?
Let's just forget about who
Another Hall of Famer.
Forget about who he was playing for
Oh,
just
okay.
a minute. Just
All
take
right.
that out of your mind.
Cognitive dissonance. Sure.
Try.
All right. Yeah. Why not?
Separate the art from
That
the
was that was a work of art yesterday. Now a lot of it was
not
scheme.
a perfect rating, though. Are we sure about this guy?
Are we sure?
Just the
I
drop
thought
at the very end. The when they went for it they didn't go for it, but they had a
that's
third
sad.
down pass. His tight end dropped it.
Oh.
He lost the perfect rating. Are we sure he's any good?
Well, did you see before the game over the weekend? He helped scoop that random person on Twitter's
He
niece
did.
out?
I didn't.
A good person.
Meanwhile, Dak Prescott drove by 3 burning houses
He was getting more tattoos while under
anesthesia.
and his diesel airplane car.
Diesel airplane car.
Yep.
The I didn't appreciate this in the moment, but the 2-point conversion that they converted with that I'm not trolling, I swear. I can't remember what it made the score at that time. It was a lot to not a lot.
Yeah. I don't remember honestly which score that was.
But this was the play that was designed somewhat.
No, wait, they didn't do a 2-point conversion.
Yes, they did it. No, it was no, that's right. It was the 4th down. I'm conflating the two. It was a similar play to what Dallas tried as a 2-point conversion that got called pass interference.
Yeah.
This was a Packer touchdown on 4th and goal from the 2. And this throw, I mean, going to his right, throwing back across his body between defenders and finding.
Oh, let's just keep watching it. And now in slow motion. Oh man.
Yeah, but
cool.
This is so Favre Rodgers like. It's sick.
I said
it's sick.
I said it at some point this year, and it was funny because it was a diss more than a compliment. But he looked like he looks like he is doing an impersonation of Rodgers, where and I'm not the first person to make this comparison today, but like when Kobe Bryant came into the NBA, people were like, "Wow, he is really trying to do his best Michael Jordan impersonation. He shoots like him. He walks like him. He talks like him. He wears the armband like him. And like that was just because he was his idol. Jordan Love, I thought it was like, oh, it's because he played with him. He was in the same quarterback room, so he probably developed a lot of those similar habits. Just like you as a broadcaster have taken different things from people that you have looked up to. I know that I have done the same. It seems like that is how he has approached it. And early on in the season, it was like, oh, this is going to cost him. It's going to cost them because the other guy was one of the most physically gifted players that we have ever seen play the position. You know, Jordan Love, you are no Aaron Rodgers. And I mean, like all kidding aside about him being a Hall of Famer or not, it looked like it yesterday. It looked not Hall of Fame. He looked like Rodgers in that exact stadium, making those exact throws on the run, falling away, leaning this way.
And
over and over.
I mean, certainly this is in front of the biggest audience he's ever performed in front of. But he's been doing this the last half of the season, and you almost wonder if another monster has been created. That Jordan Love actually is it. I had a Packer fan last week ask me, do you think Jordan Love's actually the guy? I said, well, he's at least put himself in a spot where you got to act like he is. He's given you if you're Green Bay in this offseason, you ain't looking anywhere else.
No, yeah. The contract discussion has we're done with having that conversation
right.
with him. Totally done having that conversation
and
with him.
There is, and it's kind of similar to the topic when we were talking with Mitch Sherman. It is settling to know when you go into an offseason and you know that position is taken care of. And the Bills just got an interception in the end zone.
Wow.
Massive. The Steelers just got a holding penalty to get them inside the 5.
Yeah. It was 2nd and goal on the pick.
And
so they get the ball, they get a turnover anyway. They end up getting a takeaway on the drive.
So it's still 14-0, and Buffalo just turned away Pittsburgh. But it's the same thing. You go into a season knowing that the quarterback position is locked in.
Yep.
That is such a comforting feeling.
It's the hardest. It's the hardest thing to solve in football.
Yes, it is.
It's why
it's the most visible. It's the easiest to identify.
Correct.
You know great quarterback play when you see it.
Yep.
But it is the hardest to fill because there's only so many of those guys out there.
Yep. It's why Cowboys fans and Vikings fans will talk themselves into Dak and Kirk because there is an alternative that is scary, and that's like being Washington. You know, no one wants to be Washington. That's frightening. And like getting embarrassed on national television in another wild card or divisional game, that ain't a whole lot of fun either. But I do enjoy September, October, November, and December wins more than I enjoy, not having those wins there. But when you have the dude,
the
Bills have the dude. I don't think the Steelers have the dude, and I think everybody knows that the Steelers don't have the dude. And it just makes it all the more difficult because then everything else has to be better. You can win championships without having a guy at quarterback, but my goodness, you have to do everything else right. Coaching has to be perfect. Game planning has to be perfect. And defense, very, very good. Running game in an era without running games. You're asking way too many things to be good. Whereas if the quarterback is good, I mean, look at the sad sack Buffalo Bills for years. They were the Lions. They were the Browns.
Yep.
They get the guy, and now look at them. Perennial contenders, even in a year like this, where they win 10 games, right? 10 games, 11 games. They get to the 2 seed, and they have a fighter's chance because they have a guy at quarterback. And if you don't have that guy, you don't have that chance. Congrats to the Packers. I'm just happy for them. It's been, a whole year since they had gone to the playoffs, and it's good to see them back in.
Well, but it has been
a whole year. They made the NFC Championship game 3 years ago.
It's been, 13 years since they won the Super Bowl? That's a long time.
Man, wow. I can't even imagine. Just 13 years.
13 years is a long time.
Yeah, it was 2008 for me in 13 years.
I mean, it's not 10,214.
Look at that star. You absolute monster.
Someone made that logo. I don't know who it was. It was from a Texas newspaper.
Screw that paper.
I don't like the way the R.
The lame stream media
in Texas.
Yeah, I don't like the media. The media is out to get us.
Glory hole.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Josh still has a lot to get off of his chest. And I thought we would do that in the happy hour.
Oh, fun.
Well, I wanted to
We
give you
don't
time.
have to. We don't have to. We
You
don't.
know,
have
you got things, you got thoughts.
I did type up a lot of words.
Well, then, well, you know what? We'll do it next. Then we'll go to the happy hour.
There we go. Yeah, that'll be perfect.
Which won't be a happy hour because they all lost.
I need to
all of our teams.
Let me
lost.
upload some Rams graphics making fun of your team.
Well, you can't because we have a first-round draft pick now. Can you imagine?
What does that mean?
Can you imagine
Dallas
the
does
Rams
too.
who have been so great at drafting third,
I'm gonna
fourth,
find a
and
story
fifth round
that just
guys?
says Rams suck.
They got Puka Nacua with the 5th round pick.
Sure.
You know what you should do,
So,
Josh?
so does
I
this
found
mean?
one.
Does this mean we get a? Does this mean we're going to draft God with our first round pick?
I don't think that that's how it works.
You should make.
Well,
the
I mean,
Rams
if we
horns
can make great players out of 5th round picks, imagine what we can do with a first round pick.
By the way, before we go to
our first round pick, our last first round pick won a playoff game last night.
I just found a fun graphic. Look at that. For the Rams, losers, it says. Losers. Because the Rams also, see, look, Nick.
Now, it's kind of funny.
Loser.
It has losers on there.
I know in the
but
Super
what's
Bowl
the
graphic?
patch that's on Aaron Donald's
But it
jersey?
says losers.
Super Bowl 56.
John, we don't
winners.
living in the past. You sound
winners.
like you sound like a Cowboys fan right now.
Winners.
You sound like a Cowboys fan right now.
I am oddly optimistic going into next year. I've never felt this. I haven't felt this good after a Rams playoff loss since Super Bowl 14. And that was more because we played good against the heavily favored Steelers. I'm looking forward to a number 1 draft pick. I get to watch the NFL draft and be anxious for the first round.
You're gonna watch the draft?
Well, I always watch
It'll
the
be
draft.
on in the background.
I always watch the draft.
All he
but,
eats is soggy wings.
But instead of going, gee, draft really doesn't start until Saturday, I'll actually have a pick.
There you go.
Unless we decide to trade that, maybe. Ooh, we could trade our first round pick and get a good edge rusher. Do you have a good edge rusher? You want to make a trade? Our first round pick for your edge rusher?
I mean, he doesn't show up in the playoffs, so if you want him.
He drew a holding penalty.
2 of them. That was nice. First holding penalty since October.
That is true.
Last time he drew a holding penalty, it was the day after my marathon. It was that long ago. And then he got 2 in 1 quarter.
Well, maybe you should have run more marathons.
I should. Damn it. You know what, John? Next fall, marathon every week. Every Sunday.
Why do you have that memory? Oh, you're a dates guy. Never mind.
Because I remembered it was the day after they had a game. They didn't play the day of the marathon. They played Monday night against the Chargers.
Because he was listening to his podcast at 3 times the speed. And
no,
it was,
not during the Cowboys
It was the
game,
Micah
John.
Parsons problematic podcast where he was talking about that great holding penalty.
Yeah. No sacks.
More
though.
like glory hold.
Glory.
Wow.
How many glory holes did yesterday's game earn, Nick?
Ooh.
0, Nick. 0. Nick.
Glory hole.
Nick.
Glory.
Wow. 2.5 glory holes.
Bills with the ball, 14-0 lead. It's
Go
almost like they're
Bills.
playing with them now.
Oh, yeah. They really are.
They're
I
just
think
kind
you
of
just
playing
said
with
the
their
whole game.
food. They're
Bills with the ball.
They're using their peas like little soccer balls, and they're flicking them
'cause
back
peas
and
suck.
forth.
Are you a
Yeah.
peas guy?
Not really.
I like garden peas. Peas are good.
Peas
I'm
ain't
a
for
pea
me.
boy.
We're going to have all blowouts in the AFC playoffs.
Yeah. And basically the NFL play. I mean, it's been a bad playoff so far. This playoffs has sucked. All the good teams are losing, and they're mostly blowouts.
That's true. All the good teams are losing.
All the good
Especially
teams.
the ones from
all the good
the
teams.
greater
All
Los
the
Angeles
good
metro
teams
area.
lose.
1620 the zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Get pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Host is roasting every morning.
Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Creighton Sports Update.
Hey, Blue Jay fans, it's basketball season here at Creighton. So get your tickets and come out and support your Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com, gocreighton.com/tickets, or visit the ticket office located at Ryan Athletic Center. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to keep fans across the country in the action on the biggest game days of the year. Whether you're one of 65,000 fans at Allegiant Stadium or you're streaming the game at home with Cox Fiber from the company with America's fastest download speeds, whenever it matters most, Cox keeps you connected. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data. Fixed median download speeds. US Q3 2023.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Oh, I wish we would have been on the air for that one.
Yeah, me too. I missed it. I had to go to the bathroom.
Josh Allen, 53-yard touchdown run. He got flushed out of the pocket. Basically, he didn't dead leg a guy,
when he puts his arms over the ball and just kind of splits people.
Yeah, and then just splits people and realizes, oh crap, I could go the distance.
Why is he so consistently good in the playoffs and no other time?
What do you, Nick? What you need to settle down?
He's pretty good.
I'm just mad.
Yes, I know, but like at least when I said Eli Manning sucked, I was right about it.
No, you weren't. He won 2 Super Bowls,
but he still sucked.
And he's doing Corona commercials now.
Good for him.
I know that no one really gives a crap, but this could be rather interesting, Josh. Do you notice what the score is in the pro basketball game up there now? Remember when it was?
Wow.
Remember when it was 69-39?
Yes,
Hawks?
it was a 30-point game.
It's now 99-91. The Spurs have closed it to an 8-point game with 4 minutes to go. It made me look up the biggest comeback in NBA history.
Is it Lakers Mavericks?
Well, according to Wiki, it was Jazz Nuggets. The Jazz were down 70-36 at halftime and 70-34 right at the end of the first half. So it was a 36-point deficit.
Was this recently?
1996.
No, it was not recently. Dallas was just coming off of their last Super Bowl.
Over 10,000 days ago.
Yeah. Oh, I hate you so much.
But it's now 21-0 Bills over the Steelers as the snowballs.
Let's go.
The Bills coaching box are just losing.
Well, the Chiefs have started their prep on their matchup with the Bills next week.
Probably a good idea.
Well, at least, as sad as I am, at least I got this for me. And now I just need Tampa to deliver tonight. And, all can be well going into the second round of the playoffs.
All right. So, sad Cowboy fan, I don't want your work to go in vain. I want to hear your take.
I mean, you kind of got some of it a little bit earlier, but,
about how you want to see Chan Gailey back?
Yeah. Dave Campo, bring him back on the sideline. But yesterday, and I really don't want to hear the whole like, oh, you're soft. But yesterday's game is one of those where it's like, I don't like how much time and effort I put into something that doesn't give me any joy, and they give me joy, but they don't give me the most important joy. You always talk about it with like Nebraska and the sellout streak. Like, look, if you are angry by the product, just don't support it. Now, I don't support them directly because I don't I have some Cowboys gear, and so I guess they make a little bit of money off of that, and I watch them, but it's not like me giving them a TV rating, helps make them what they are. I'm not doing that individually. But yesterday, I mean, it's hard because this is the end of an era, I think. I think McCarthy is going to get fired. I'm not going to stop rooting for them moving forward, but it just seems like this is whatever this was with him and Quinn, a really fun, young, energetic core, which I think that they're probably going to run it back with those guys at the very least. It does feel like the end of something, and it just happened. It happened so suddenly. Like Katie, before we went to break, says that the hardest decision in sports is moving away from the slightly above average quarterback. Niners did it. Chiefs did it. Do the Cowboys, Vikings, Dolphins do that? No. Should they? Probably. And I think that is something that I know will be sticking with me moving forward, is the 49ers did do that with a Jimmy Garoppolo. The Chiefs did do that with Alex Smith. And I certainly thought with the latter that the Chiefs were making a monumental mistake, but they wanted more. Now, did they know exactly what they had? Probably not, but they thought that they had someone really, really special on that roster. And so, ultimately getting back to, I guess, some of the things that I was ruminating on, this morning was this. So I grew up rooting for Nebraska, like a lot of other people in our audience. And how I approach the Cowboys today in terms of my fandom is how I approached Nebraska for years. And the only thing that changed with that was doing this job. And it's funny because I grew up listening to this show, and Kevin, of course, also grew up a Nebraska fan. You grew up a Nebraska fan. And basically every writer that covers this team grew up a Nebraska fan. And I always heard about how, at a certain point, you just can't do that. And I remember as I got into college and I interned at this station, and I asked Kevin about that. And just because I was always flabbergasted, like, how do you lose your fandom? And eventually, and not to make it about my Nebraska fandom, I still root for them and I want them to do well. But there was a game in particular about almost a decade ago now that the loss was so hard, and I came into work and it was like affecting how I thought that I was performing. And I was like, I can't do this. I can't have my emotions tied up into a Saturday football game anymore. And so I, again, want them to do well, but it's a lot different now. So instead, all of that, we do the fandom points. Hey, where would your fandom points be? And for you, it's interesting because you got the baseball team, and you got the football team, and you have the basketball team that you are in the midst of it. And so you want them to do well too, while also being a professional with it as well. All of my fandom points, all of them have now been tied into the Dallas Cowboys for a solid decade. I mean, what? That's
like investing in crypto.
It's bad. Exactly. What a way to compare it.
Cowboy crypto.
And this year, you were gone the day that I really talked about it. It was following, don't remember which game it followed, but I think it was the Eagles. It was the Sunday night game. And Shafe was in and you weren't in. And I told him that day, I said, I have totally fallen in love with this team. I've totally given myself over to this team. I read more about this team. I listened to more about this team. I'm downloading random Dallas Cowboys radio, listening to shows because I wanted my fix. Every day I'm going home from work wanting to listen to more talk about Dallas. I'm listening to their in-house podcast like a sicko every day. I'm reading
No
stuff.
wonder you were so misinformed.
And so
should have been listening to me. I've been telling you all along. They've been playing a cupcake schedule.
And then it's not just that the result at the end of the year, it's not just that it's the same as always, but again, like I didn't have proper time to mourn the end of the season.
Yeah.
It was over within drives. It was over so fast. And now I don't know what's next. And that's also kind of scary. I guess at some point I'll probably talk myself into being optimistic. But I saw a tweet as I say goodbye to this stupid segment, from this account that I follow, it's a Cowboys analytics guy named Daniel Houston. And it's a
very appropriate. Covers Dallas. His name is Houston.
That's funny. And he tweeted last night, and this is a very analytically based account, but it's very humorous too. But Daniel said, it's tough when the problem you're trying to solve isn't really getting better at football, but timing your better games in a specific window of the season. And like, you look at this team and like all of the numbers, and especially the advanced numbers say like, they're a really good team. They're a really good team. All of the numbers say that. Quarterback had his best regular season of all time. CeeDee Lamb leveled up to a first-team All-Pro wide receiver. Micah Parsons, again, was very, very good. 14 sacks, most in his career. Zach Martin, again, an All-Pro. Like, all these guys having the best. 9 All-Pros, I think, was the number. 9 All-Pros. And then they picked this specific time. And so I don't like getting into the whole, the moment is too big. These guys can't handle the pressure. But the moment was too big and they couldn't handle the pressure. And that's the thing that you can't fix. You can watch them all year long and say they're good because they were better than bad. They were certainly better than average. I thought that they were better than good. I thought that they could be great. But at this time, when Josh Allen has leveled up, when Patrick Mahomes has leveled up, when your quarterback getting his ass kicked, when all of these players, when a first-year starter in Green Bay, a rookie starter in Houston, when I watch those guys in those moments deliver, what does Dallas do? They do what they always do.
I do think there is an element. I've used this analogy many times with the Texas Longhorns, but I think Dallas falls into this too. And I think it's only coincidence that they're from Texas. I don't think that has anything to do with it. But it's almost become a too big to succeed because, think about where the storylines were heading into this week. There was very little talk about the Packers. It was about, if they don't make the NFC Championship game, McCarthy's going to get replaced.
Bingo.
Dan Quinn's got 1 foot out of the door already.
Bingo.
And then you stack on that all of the various failures with this quarterback over the last half dozen years. And all of that together becomes the bigger talking point than it is the X's and O's, than it is the actual opponent, than it is the actual game. And I think there is so much of that happens as Buffalo breaks off another big play.
Yeah.
There is so much of that happens with Dallas. It is the curse of being America's team. And unlike the previous generations, the Troy Aikman generation, the Roger Staubach generation, yes, in the pop culture media world that existed in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, they were a big talking point. But now we are living in an era where it's all about perception, where it's all about interactivity, where it's all about media. You can't go anywhere. Twitter, elsewhere on the internet, message boards, podcasts, all of this. When Troy and Emmett and Michael, the triplets, were doing their thing, the only place you went for NFL was ESPN if you wanted to hear about it on a somewhat regular basis. Now it's everywhere. Every network's got something. It's talked about all the time. There's all of these different podcasts. And so while it was difficult for those guys then to handle the added pressure of being a Dallas Cowboy, what those guys experienced is 1/10 or 1/50th of what these guys experience. And it's becoming harder to overcome that. So I think there is an element here where being so-called America's team is holding this franchise back. It also doesn't help that you have an owner. The scenes after the game last night, all the camera peoples gathered around the outside of the locker room, not to get into the locker room to talk to the players. No, to talk to Jerry Jones, because this guy loves himself some attention. And that doesn't help the situation. I think there is a lot of that at play here that affects Dallas. It doesn't excuse if Dak Prescott throws an interception or if someone misses a block or the fact that they played dime defense against this team that runs the ball really well for 46 out of the 50 some odd plays, whatever that number was. Certainly those things, I'm not saying that affects that, but I think the mentality of why, oh my God, it seems like they're so tight. Oh my God, it seems like this guy's not getting along with this guy. And some of those talking points, I think that is part and parcel of what plagues this franchise. And so whoever they end up getting as a leader has to be able to cut through that BS. As the field goal is blocked. And the kicker. Oh, look, the kicker pulled up hamstring. The kicker pulled up. Now the Steelers recover.
But that's big because
that's big. But Buffalo may have lost.
Now,
is that the kicker or the holder?
I think that's the kick. I don't know. I guess
it's either the punter or the kicker.
Yeah.
I don't rec.
Well, it's one of the guys who kicks the ball.
Anyway, the Steelers blocked a Bills field goal.
Yeah, with a couple minutes left in the first half.
And so they'll have the ball in decent scoring territory. It's the holder.
Yeah.
It's the holder.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that's Buffalo's punter.
Sam Martin.
But he was going after the loose ball, which had ricocheted like 40 yards
Dude,
down
I don't know
the
if
field.
I've ever seen a punt block go that far back, or a
That
kick
was
block.
long.
Yeah.
But anyway, going back to what I was saying, I do wonder, Josh, if some of what plagues the Cowboys is
them being the Cowboys.
Is them being the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And it's becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy almost. And you've got to have a special type of person. I talk about Joe Madden.
Yeah.
And how important Joe Madden is. Joe Madden was able to cut through all the nonsense, the curse, the
pressure,
the typical Cub fan crap, and get those guys to play. Dallas needs to find their Joe Madden, a guy that can cut through all of that and say, because that's what Jimmy Johnson did.
Yep.
Jimmy Johnson was a no BS guy. That's what they need to have.
Yeah, and it's funny too because I mean, for all of his faults, I thought if there's ever going to be someone who is going to be as prepared for this as you would hope for, that's not like a Bill Belichick, it would be McCarthy. Given coaching the Green Bay Packers, that ain't easy either.
Right,
it's
but
a smaller
that's
environment.
so different.
Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is, and that's why I know that then Bill Belichick becomes, well, hey, he could deal with it, and he probably could. I'd love him 5-10 years ago. There's something different about him right now. There is something interesting about Harbaugh because that's a guy who welcomes all this stuff, and he is himself a circus.
Yeah.
He is a circus. Now, maybe that'd be bad because you provide his circus with the Cowboys circus.
He's a circus, but he is a circus that has very little self-awareness.
Yeah.
He really doesn't care what people are saying outside.
He does a
They
very
don't
good
care
job.
if he's drinking, if people criticize him for his khakis or drinking milk or being a four-eyed, bug-eyed goober.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Hey.
And there is something to that.
Yeah,
I think Harbaugh's got the kind of personality that could be like,
yeah. Hey,
Man,
what was
I
your
don't give a crap.
conversation like with Jerry? What do you mean? We talked,
Yeah.
Yeah. Jordan says Dallas is the Nebraska of the NFL. Look, I often do, and it's probably just because I grew up, watching and rooting for both teams. But, how Nebraska still, all these years later, all these years after success later, they are still a helmet game. And Dallas is forever a helmet game.
Sure.
I think, and that's why, I don't want to just go into cut everybody, get rid of everybody. Because I was very appreciative of what Dak and McCarthy did this year because I think there is a very unique pressure. But for yesterday, and I know I brought it up multiple times, I'll do it one more time. That first throw to CeeDee Lamb, a little off, he drops it, and immediately it's like, what happened? Did one of you sleep with the other person's significant other? Because they seemed like they were ready to just disconnect from each other the moment that happened. And McCarthy has to go over to CD during the first commercial break, and it's like, guys, it's the first quarter. It's okay. And immediately, it's like, very rarely do you watch a game and truly feel like you can see the pressure getting to everybody. But this was one where you could see, on their faces.
Yeah.
They looked like they saw ghosts.
Well, the good
There
news
you
is
go.
we don't have to hear about it anymore.
No, it would have been so fun to continue to talk about
No,
them
not really.
for weeks.
Now I can
Probably for
sit
the
back
best.
and watch
These
my
playoffs suck
I can
ass.
watch the NFL Network, and Michael Irvin will just be sad. Michael Irvin.
Yeah, did they see him? They had him on the desk last night. It looked like he
Was he on the desk last
I
night?
saw this.
I didn't see any.
No,
of it.
he was laying on the desk. I'm gonna
Oh,
see
that
if-
was during the show.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Was that the pregame show?
That was the pregame
Oh,
show.
okay.
Okay, well, Josh, look at it this way.
What?
You're used to and prepared for them getting knocked out in round one of the playoffs. Could
Yeah.
you imagine if they would have made it to 2 or 3 and then
That's
gotten
what
knocked
Schaefer
out?
said to me
It would have
yesterday.
felt
He goes,
worse.
at least it didn't happen in the Super Bowl. It's like, yeah, that would have been heartbreaking too. So, yeah, I guess that's right. But
The
now everyone
devil-
can just say they're frauds, and that's not fun either.
The devil you know, Josh. The devil you know.
You should be happy for me. I was saying frauds from the start.
I'm not
You should be
happy for
happy
you.
me.
Yeah, John was
I
Not
right.
told
happy
you they
for-
played a cupcake schedule.
Not happy for anybody.
Just feasted on all those empty calories.
Yeah, and it sucks because I
And
want
then
to
the
be like,
Packers
no,
came in,
Hey,
a big old bunch of green kale. Hey, look at us. We're the kale boys.
hey, we beat the Lions, and they're good. They're good.
Yeah, you beat the Lions.
Beat the Lions fair and square.
Thanks to those guys in this.
Yeah, and the
white
Dolphins
and
beat the
black striped
Cowboys.
shirt.
Beat the Eagles.
Yeah, but that's what I'm. That
Beat
talk
the
about.
Rams.
They did beat the Rams.
Beat the Rams.
Now, granted, we were hurt. We didn't have our regular.
Beat the
lineup.
Rams and the Seahawks.
See, now aren't you sad you didn't play my team? You would have lost by 50.
I thought about that yesterday. I wonder, that would have been bad. Dallas losing by 50 to your team today, bad. I'd rather take this, I guess. Except I know way too many Packers
See,
fans.
this is the best case scenario for you.
No, it's not. This is not the best case scenario.
I
Nick.
noticed you're wearing yellow today. Is that in solidarity?
No,
with the-
it's because this is my warmest coat. That's the only reason why.
You didn't think about getting a blue coat?
No, I should have. I have a black pea coat, but it's just not as warm, and I look like a little kid in it because it's so big.
I'm Peacoat Josh.
Yeah.
I'll take your Peacoat if you don't want it.
All right, fine.
You
can
don't even
have it,
like
Nick.
peas.
That's true. I don't. By the way, screenshots are coming in. Remember earlier we were talking about the Big 12 championship game? A screenshot from ESPN says that it was 28 degrees at the start of that game. Everyone's always like, this is the coldest game of all time.
Bunch of wimps.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what? Those are the same people that have now closed all the schools because.
Yeah. If 28's the coldest weather of all time.
Jeez.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Steelers threatening in the red zone, down 21-0.
You want to talk about a way for this game to change. See, in this moment yesterday, Dallas threw a pick six. Let's see what happens here.
Is threatening the right word to use here, John?
Yeah, they're in the red zone, Nick. That's threatening. They're threatening to score.
Is it a threat?
They're 10 yards away, Nick.
But there's a 3-point deficit or 3-score deficit.
But are they not threatening to score right now?
Well, then they'll only be down by 2 points.
They're threatening to score, Nick. It's not threatening to win. It's threatening to score. Also, don't they get the ball first in the second half? You can do the old twofer.
Who, Pittsburgh?
Doesn't Pittsburgh, or do they have the ball first today? I thought the Bills had the ball first.
No, the Steelers had it first. It was just so quick that you didn't see it.
That's right. Good call.
Yeah, it was like a Rick Pitino possession. All right, we will have the happy hour coming up, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center, we've got a crash blocking the right lane on eastbound Dodge just before 108th. That's going to be causing significant delays all the way back to probably at least 144th, if not longer. Find an alternate route if you can. We've got a stall on westbound I-80 over in Council Bluffs just after the I-29 split. And then if you're west on Dodge Street, delays between 680 and 120th, and delays on eastbound L Street between 108th and 90th. I'm Mike Neville.
Time-saving traffic is brought to you by Radon Defense Midwest. Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
My passion for the unborn comes from my own unplanned pregnancy. Dan and I have been together for over 45 years. We have 3 of the most beautiful children. My name is Marlis Patma. I'm the former president of Iowa Right to Life, and I'm supporting Nikki Haley for president. I've heard Nikki's story. She speaks with such clarity about the importance of life because for her, it's personal.
I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted, and I had trouble having both of my children.
Nikki's a sister in Christ. She's pro-life. She has compassion and strength. I want a president with moral clarity who can restore our country, our pride, and our purpose. For my children and yours, please support Nikki Haley for president.
I'm Nikki Haley, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Nikki Haley for president. And Doug.
With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save hundreds on your car insurance. But what to buy with those savings? Yep, I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice
Throw. 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 Throw.
Nice.
Thanks.
Graceful.
By the way, what were you gonna say, Nick?
I was say graceful.
Stephon Diggs just got hurt.
Can't
really tell what happened.
Now I'm starting to wonder if the Steelers maybe are on the Chiefs' payroll. They're just trying to get all the good Bills players hurt. Diggs is back up. He's coming off the field.
He'll
He's
be fine. He'll be fine. I like Diggs's armband look, by the way. I don't think I've ever said that out loud. I like how he has like multiple armbands. I think he has a cool look. Plus, he always has like a collar. I think Diggs he looks like a cool football player. That's my take.
Here, I thought we retired the damn sad happy hour thing.
Nope. This is the last one until Creighton biffs it in the NCAA tournament. See, now I'm going to start doing this to all you Creighton fans who were hopping in my mentions yesterday. John, I can't wait to watch your team pull a Dallas Cowboys like they always do. They never make it to the semifinals of the whole tournament, just like the Cowboys. Where were they eliminated last year? The Elite Eight. That's the divisional round of March Madness. They never made it to the conference championship.
And people wonder why they mock you when the Cowboys lose.
I'm
You're
just
such a spiteful person.
It's me,
Such a
spiteful. You
hateful
uploaded the
person.
graphic with the sad star.
I mean, it is 10,214
Oh,
days.
but who's counting?
Who's counting?
Who's counting? Travis writes, I don't think Josh appreciates enough my benevolence in not tweeting snarky comments at him during/after the Cowboys beating. To which I would say,
and I don't get rewarded. I had like a litany of tweets ready to go celebrating Green Bay's success, but you know what? I held off because I didn't want karma to bite me because I knew the Rams were coming up. And then
But
what
the-
happened?
that you
The Rams
thought
lost.
that-
So I should have tweeted out all the hateful things about the Cowboys yesterday.
to which I would say to Travis, you might not tweet them at me during the game, but you're chirping in our YouTube comments section right
Yeah.
now. You're not any better, Travis. You're just like John. You're just like John.
Ugh.
Means you're a good person.
No, you're bad.
You're a very, very, very good person. Yeah. So it's 21-7, and that'll be the halftime score, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's
There's
gonna
only
take a
2
knee.
seconds left.
Did
And
they just take a sack? Do you know what happened there on
I
second
wasn't
down?
watching.
Okay.
So 21-7 Buffalo. End of first half in Buffalo.
Yeah, the score is certainly not indicative of
Doesn't
how
feel like
how this game has gone. It seems like Buffalo's up by a lot more than 14 points,
does.
but a blocked field goal and then a touchdown. Some weird injuries late. The punter, by the way, was just talking to one of the coaches. He looked like he was in decent spirits. And yeah, the Bills will take a knee with 2 seconds left, and that will be the end of the first half.
There's still a chance for the chaos bracket.
There technically is still a chance for the chaos bracket.
Well, we didn't have the usual rash of people mashing their television videos that we've seen in years past when
Oh,
teams
the
lose.
fake videos of
Yeah.
people pretending or getting mad at their TVs.
Now, this
Look
was
at this 13-inch tube.
This was a different approach.
Okay.
This is of an angry Cowboys fan. And he takes his frustrations out
on
the flag
On
that
the-
he waves of the he's got a Cowboys flag that he sticks outside his garage.
Oh, like a flag,
Yeah,
not
flag.
like a towel.
A flag.
Okay.
A big flag.
My dad
We have a
hangs up-
neighbor in the neighborhood that has a Cowboys flag, and every time I walk by it, I blow my nose in it. But here's what.
Get your fucking ass pizza.
In the bush as well.
I don't
many times.
understand
Many times.
people
Bush?
who break. Well, I am 26. I don't understand why people get so frustrated that they hurt themselves in the process.
He didn't hurt himself.
He didn't hurt himself.
No, not
he was
this,
just
like-
sticking. He was just putting a stick in the bush.
He's gonna have to fix that bush. He's gonna have to take some care to that
No, I
bush.
think
He's
the
gonna have
bush
to get
is
a new
okay.
flag.
Yeah,
That bush looks like it's well groomed.
I did take off one of my hats yesterday, and I wanted to rip it in half, but I didn't. I just stormed into the
Could
bedroom
you
and
rip
watched.
a hat in half?
No, probably not. I could have stretched it out.
I didn't throw anything.
I threw my phone. Remember, I told the story. I threw my phone.
I have a chair, so when I sit in the office chair and I lean back and I put my feet up on one of the old kitchen chairs that I use, and it's a padded kitchen chair, and it's my footstool / I'm angry pounding chair. And when, like last night, when Stafford got hit and
His
should have
head hit
had
the
a
ground.
15-yard penalty, I just beat the crap out of that chair. I just bam, just pop that chair.
Yeah.
That's my frustration punching chair.
Yeah.
But I didn't throw anything. I didn't have anything to throw.
Yeah. Probably good not to throw phones.
I was perpetually sad, basically for a week, just emotionally preparing. So
Yeah.
I just.
So you
watched it.
never really, even after the Tyreek Hill touchdown, Nick, you never thought like they might do this.
So the funny thing is, I missed the one time they scored.
Oh Lord,
because I was busy and
what were you doing?
I was watching a movie.
During your game?
Your team's in a playoff game and you're watching a movie?
Now he's going to he's annoyed at us and he's going to try to come up with a bad excuse.
No,
Tell
it's
us
not
more.
a bad excuse. We thought the movie would be over before the game.
Pause
It's not.
the movie. We?
Yes.
Seems like there's a story here, John.
Were you also stick deep in the bush?
No,
No.
remember he's 26. You thought, okay, now why did you think the movie would be over?
Because of the way it was timed out, then there was a few times where it was paused.
Because of stick deep.
Grabbing food.
Oh, is that what you call it these days?
You couldn't wait to finish the movie? Wait a second. The Tyreek Hill touchdown.
That was in the early second quarter, right?
How bad did you time this?
Yeah.
That
Pretty
was
bad.
That was like an hour into the game.
I know.
Right?
I was surprised too. I thought I was going to get a little closer than I did. It didn't happen.
This is
No, it's rough.
I have lost a lot of respect for Nick in this exact moment.
Okay, you didn't
I
have
have!
any. You didn't have any for me to begin with.
No, Nick, you have thrown yourself into watching football. You have opinions. I don't always agree with them, but you have opinions that
he
are
does.
based on what you watch.
I agree.
And you missed the first quarter of your team's playoff game?
Yeah.
That's
The actual quarter where they were still technically in it?
Yep.
That's disappointing. That's disappointing. I'm
Well-
disappointed. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
This was another video that was making the rounds. It was a funny haha. This was from Saturday night.
Hope the bush was good though, at least.
The NFL Network. So they're doing their post game.
This is Saturday?
This is Saturday night.
Simpler time in life.
Chris Rose is the host.
Oh, I've seen this and heard about this.
And Maurice Jones-Drew is at the desk. And they're talking about the Chiefs' defense. Or as sometimes we like to call it for short, the D.
This is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? I mean, is it possible that they can ride the D? The defense? Okay.
By the way, the fact that they ended up cutting to MJD right as he looked over at him, that's like us. That's like what we would do in that moment. If Steve Sipple, hey, the Grum down. If Steve Sipple, yes, if he, back when he used to fill in the olden times, and he'd say something inappropriate, and then I'd look at him like that. Great
I think
direction.
that was more of the edit by the person who shot the video off their TV. But I mean, the fact that Maurice Jones-Drew stops, pauses, gives the side-eye glance.
Yeah.
Then Chris Rose corrects himself and says, no, the defense.
This is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? I mean, is it possible that they can ride the D? The defense? Okay.
That's the director who did that. That's so funny. Very well played.
Nice.
That was gorgeous.
Jordan wants to know if Nick watched the Lord of the Rings extended edition. Yeah, was the movie any good, Nick?
It wasn't Lord of the Rings.
What did you watch?
It was the second Jurassic World movie.
Oh, for the love of God.
You are so disappointing.
I get that a lot.
It's a playoff game.
Yeah. One that A playoff game that I didn't think we would win anyway.
That's
was going
not
to be
an
cold.
excuse.
Even it didn't matter to me at that moment. It really didn't matter to me.
I would
was going to watch the
understand.
majority of the game anyway. I knew what I was getting into. We were going to lose. I wasn't bothered.
I would understand if that would cause you to ditch out of the game earlier when the score looked like it was inevitable. But at the very least, you watch the beginning of the game.
You support your guys.
Because it's the one time they're in it, and who knows, maybe they play well and you have a chance, and then you stick with it.
I would argue real support is me going in after they'd scored the one time and sticking through the entire thing, which I did.
Definitely not.
No.
You have a lot to learn about fandom.
No.
Are you going to tell me how to be a fan?
Yes! You watched your team in the playoffs!
Yes! I did!
No, you didn't!
No, you did! You watched the second Jurassic World movie!
You saw like the whole second
half.
half.
One quarter. You guys are acting like it's the end of the
You
world.
could have
It's
waited.
fine.
You know what? You could have paused at a dramatic
It's
moment in the movie,
fine.
like the moment where maybe one of the dinosaurs was about ready to stomp on one of the people, paused it and said, we'll get back to this, but first let's watch my Dolphins play, and then you can go back to the movie.
It's fine. I'm unbothered. We were
Had you
losing
seen
anyway.
the movie
Yeah, you
before?
seem unbothered
I
right
haven't
now.
seen that movie yet, actually.
Sad Husker fan says, I walked out of that movie. It was so bad.
Jeez.
Scary Gary says, you don't
Can't
get to say
believe
we,
this.
Nick. Yeah, I think we might have to remove the we. I don't think
Mm.
you're allowed to say we anymore with the Dolphins.
No?
You have to say they now.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
It is. I mean, it's pretty
Kevin
sad.
writes, Nick. Damn.
Okay.
I hope the stick was worth it.
Mm-hmm. No, the bush was worth it.
The
He
bush
has the
was
stick.
worth it.
Michael says it's pretty simple. He can't be taken seriously anything involving sports.
Okay.
Wow.
That's fine. You guys have your opinions.
Hey, I didn't realize this. Is tonight the caucus?
Yeah. I didn't realize it was a Monday until last week. I thought
I
it was
didn't
tomorrow.
either.
Yeah. So get that ready. When the game turns into a blowout, you can flip on over to C-SPAN.
Could I just watch the caucuses and then just drop in on the game, like let's say after the first quarter?
Perfect. After a random touchdown.
After a random
yeah.
touchdown.
Well, actually, it seems like a lot of the coverage isn't going to happen until like 9 or
Well,
8 o'clock.
first of all, there's nothing to cover. It's a caucus.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of Iowans in a room talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Like
I want
God
to vote
intended.
you should vote for my guy, and you should vote for me, and I should.
We should have done prediction. We should have included how big President T will win tonight.
He brought a bunch of firefighters, a bunch of Casey's pizzas.
Hell yeah.
There was like 8 of them.
Yeah, that's a solid move. Look at him.
What was not shown was how many he kept for himself and ate.
Oh,
I've never seen him eat pizza. He's a McDonald's guy, if I remember right.
Oh, he is definitely eat pizza with a knife and fork guy.
Jordan says Nick is so scared of peacocks he won't even watch his team on it.
it's true.
He doesn't like peacocks.
I am so stunned.
I'm flabbergasted.
I'm flabbergasted. Thank you. That you missed the only highlight of your team because you were watching a movie.
There's
You
a
couldn't
turn
be-
of-
You couldn't be pulled away from your movie. Just hit
Oh,
the
there was
pause
polling involved, John. There's a turn of phrase. I'm not going to say the word on the radio because I don't want us to get in trouble, but it's blank is undefeated. Use your imagination for the blank word. I think that's what happened on Saturday night.
But to answer your first question, no, even after that first touchdown, there was no way in hell I would have thought we
Yeah,
were
because
gonna
you weren't watching. You had no idea.
Yeah, you didn't know what the game flow was like. Maybe the Dolphins had a couple of good drives, but then maybe fumbled in the, you had no idea that, Tua couldn't throw the ball in the cold weather.
The defense was playing well for the most part at that point.
They were going to get in the red
Plus,
zone and
Travis,
not seal the deal.
Travis Kelce kept dropping passes.
He did.
Yeah, but the Chiefs didn't score a whole lot in the red zone
Oh,
either.
and you
They
know
kept
what else you
settling for
missed?
field goals.
You know what else you missed? Mr. Music.
Oh,
you missed,
Taylor.
You missed the Taylor Swift and the fogged up.
There were a lot
suite.
of new memes.
I've seen the memes. I saw the memes.
Yeah, but you missed them live.
Yeah.
And live memes always better than
I
later
think I
memes.
might have actually saw that one.
Mm.
I think I did see that.
That must have been when they paused it one of the 2 times or 3 times.
Mm.
It's like they watched the movie on cable or something.
No, they showed Taylor Swift a lot.
Wow. All right.
We will
It's
continue.
fine.
We still have some.
It's not fine, Nick.
Fine.
No, it's not.
We still have some content to come.
Mm.
And also, what's for dinner?
Yes, I know it's for dinner.
So do I.
All right.
1620 the zone.
Previously on the crossover.
Brian says after the 0-2 Jamal Lord INT Texas game. I went outside and lit a Husker car flag on fire.
Oh my God.
I was so angry. The next morning, my mother found a pink glob goo outside and thought someone got sick from alcohol.
How does lighting a flag on fire turn into something that looks like pink vomit?
Those flags are a weird material.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Skies become mostly clear this evening, breezy and frigid tonight. A low temperature near 10 below zero, but a wind chill near 30 below zero. Sunny skies for Tuesday, a high just near 9. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, we've got a crash blocking the right lane on eastbound Dodge just before 108th. That's going to be causing significant delays all the way back to probably at least 144th, if not longer. Find an alternate route if you can. We've got a stall on westbound I-80 over in Council Bluffs just after the I-29 split. And then if you're west on Dodge Street, delays between 680 and 120th, and delays on eastbound L Street between 108th and 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Zoom Drain.
Dealing with any type of plumbing issue can be overwhelming, especially if it's related to your drain or sewer lines. Thankfully, Zoom Drain specializes in drain and sewer services of all scopes. Contact Zoom Drain anytime by logging on to zoomdrain.com.
The GOAT is coming to Kansas City. Sporting KC will host Inter Miami and Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, at the loudest stadium in the world. See Johnny Russell, Alan Pulido, and the rest of your hometown team take on Messi, Luis Suarez, and more at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium on Saturday, April 13th. It's the soccer capital of America versus the greatest of all time. Get your tickets while you still can at sportingkc.com.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Coach, my mom would like you to sign her chest.
On 1620 The Zone.
Responses continue to flood in about Nick missing the only part of the game when it was close on Saturday. One negative
when I tuned in, it was still 7-10, so I saw it be close.
One negative, one positive. Chief 1999 on YouTube writes, "That's effing terrible, Nick." I stand with Chief. Joel writes, "Hey, unlike the Dolphins, at least Nick scored." That's true. That said, though, I mean, there are many more days. I mean, they were going to get eliminated that night. Watch them get eliminated and then score. There's 24 hours in a day.
That's true. You could have waited until afterwards, and then that would have at least been something to look forward to after watching the Dolphins get waxed.
It's like a dessert.
While your Dolphin was getting waxed, you watched the Dolphins getting waxed.
Nice. What? Nice. By the way, second half has begun in is it begun or began? Is it began or is it begun?
It's begun.
Begun in Buffalo.
21-7 Bills.
Mm-hmm. If it was any other night and if it was any other game, I would have hard started the game. But if it
was any other night or any other game, if it wasn't the Dolphins?
If it wasn't the Dolphins playing the Chiefs on Saturday night when it was cold as hell, it felt so pointless to me. I watched it because I wanted to see the end of it and just finish the season like that, but it didn't feel like it mattered. None of it felt like it mattered to me.
I mean, it did matter, though. It was the playoffs.
Steve writes, what would Nick do if the Dolphins were playing during a Renaissance fair?
I've never been to a Ren fair.
Remember, though, last year, Nick, there was a game where he didn't watch, and we were like, why didn't you watch? And he goes, well, I thought the Dolphins were going to win, so I didn't need to watch.
And I haven't done that.
Well, that's good.
I watched every game this season. Every single
Parts
game.
of every game.
I've still watched them all.
Parts of every game.
So what are we to conclude now for the rest of the playoffs? And I realize we still have half of this game left.
Another full game.
And a game tonight. I mean, Detroit, I talk about how this would be a major disappointment if Frisco doesn't make the Super Bowl, given how
their pathways
things have gone.
Do you feel that Detroit has to make it to the NFC Championship game now? Even if it's Philly? And I know that we are down on Philadelphia, but if they get through tonight, there's not a part of you that's like, man.
No, Philadelphia's garbage. They're
okay.
Horse hockey.
Oh, my gosh. I thought the Steelers
they are
again.
Terrible.
Because and maybe it's just me being fearful.
Now, of all the times,
they're
yes.
just so damn talented that on offense, at least, that like I feel like they would have a fighter's chance against the Lions, given what the Lions defense has had a proclivity to do in the regular season.
Perhaps.
That said, I mean, yeah, if you want to tell me it should be Lions 49ers in the NFC title game, I mean, I'm certainly not going to argue with you. On this side of the bracket, I mean, it's funny. We have barely mentioned the first game of the entire playoffs.
That's true.
And that was Houston, I mean, just whooping the Browns. They stomped them. And the back-to-back pick sixes obviously is what.
Yeah, that was the killer.
Is what did them in. There's a part of me that thinks we're going to get to next week, and this is not sour grapes for the Green Bay fans, but that both of these teams that won with the young quarterbacks, they're going to go against franchises that have been there and done that before. And I know that the Ravens and the 49ers haven't won Super Bowls in this era, but that those teams are going to be like, yeah, now you have to play one of us.
Yes.
You know, the 49ers defense is not going to give up these huge, wide open spaces.
No.
And the Ravens, it's funny, they already actually matched up with the Texans all the way back in week 1, but they are so, tested and they played a lot of good teams. So there's a part of me that thinks like those are the fun stories, but it's kind of like in March Madness when you have like maybe an upset or two and they get to the Sweet 16 and you're like, what a cool story. And then they just get killed.
Yeah.
They play a really
and
good
then
team.
reality hits.
Yeah. And then, so, I mean, the other side, it seems like we're, half away from getting Bills Chiefs again in the postseason, which would be the third or fourth time in the last 4 or 5 years, which should be awesome. There's a part of me that thinks that's going to be the game, even though I picked the Ravens to go to the Super Bowl 3 days ago, that thinks that is going to be the matchup that decides who goes to the Super Bowl from the AFC. There's a part of me, but I don't want to overreact to everything.
Well, that's the thing. We haven't seen San Francisco and we haven't seen Baltimore yet.
Yeah.
Because they have the week off. But it just shows you, again, the magic of these playoffs. It's one game. You have one day to either solidify or change your season. And if you're on that day, then you're moving on. If you're not, you're finished. Completely finished. And then, of course, you get in, and we already talked about the Cowboys and how much, it's affected them. Now, of the teams that lost so far, Dallas was the only one that
this was the window.
That felt like this was their window. The Rams, they're a year ahead of schedule.
Yeah. Packers are the
Packers are the youngest team to win a playoff game.
I guess the Browns
in a collective age.
The Browns find themselves in a very precarious position.
They do because
of the quarterback situation.
The quarterback situation is very unique.
Very. The guy that they have all the money tied in has barely played in the last 2 seasons. And so it's like, I don't know what to make of them.
Roll that back again?
Yeah. Do you go with Flacco? Do you go with somebody else? I mean,
I don't think you can go with Flacco.
The defense will obviously have a little regression.
Flacco was just a nice little stopgap that lasted for 2 months.
Yeah. So
he's not your future.
I mean, it's funny. All jokes about Nick Saturday night aside, I mean, you want to talk about a quarterback situation where a team has a lot to decide. It's there because next year is year 4. This year was year 4, so next year would be year 5. So next year is the option year for Tua and that franchise. I feel comfortable in saying that he ain't it. I feel comfortable in saying that. I feel comfortable in saying that their coach has a wonderful offensive mind. They also have to look under the hood and say, why have we been so good on offense in September and October? And when it's later in the year, we're not. It's funny, John, and I actually have this saved for tomorrow as well. But there was a story today yesterday from Ethan Strauss. He used to write for The Athletic. He has a Substack now. And the title was NFC is way better for quarterbacks who struggle in bad weather. And essentially the thesis was if you are a middling quarterback, it's better to be a middling quarterback in the NFC than the AFC because of how many cold weather locales there are in the AFC.
Yep.
And he puts them into the tundra tier, which is like truly miserable cold, and then cold tier. So in the NFC, he only had 3 teams in the cold tier, Philly, Washington, and New York, and then 2 in the tundra tier. Obviously, the frozen tundra, Green Bay, and then Chicago. Meanwhile, in the AFC, he had 7 teams in the tundra tier. Pittsburgh, KC, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Boston, and Denver. And then 3 others in the cold tier, New York, Baltimore, and Nashville. And I thought it was a really interesting idea, given that we are coming off of a weekend, and it continues today, where one game had to get postponed, and the other was played in the 3rd coldest conditions of all time. And so if you are the Dolphins, and you are on that side of the bracket, 2 things. A, you got to have a quarterback that can handle that type of weather. And B, it puts so much pressure on them to win their division and get a home playoff game. And it's crazy to think how close that they were, and it cost them now, maybe a deeper run. If they're the 2 or at least the 3 seed, what are we talking about with them right now, given that they wouldn't have had to play in negative whatever degree weather? No, I still don't think he's the guy, even without the weather concerns.
No, I know they had a huge season, but man, there are so many shortcomings that you really, for that offense, you need more.
Yeah.
And, the inability to be able to throw the ball deep. And I get it. Saturday night was extreme.
Yeah.
Extreme. But you still have to be able to make some of the throws. If you look over the weekend, Stroud played well. Mahomes played well. Obviously, we talked about Jordan Love.
Yeah, he was spectacular.
Both quarterbacks last night played very well.
Yeah, and Josh Allen's playing well right now.
And Josh Allen is dealing here in the first, 2+ quarters.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to do that.
Yep.
And you see what happens when a guy is off or a little bit off.
Yep.
Even though the numbers, it's funny because unless something changes here in the next half here or tonight's game, Dak's going to have the most passing yards in week 1. But a lot of that, again, of that was in garbage time.
Yeah, he didn't have 100 or whatever it was in the first half.
But you got to have that dude. You've got to have that dude that can make the throws and make the plays and get the ball to the skill position players, of which Miami has a lot.
Yeah.
And, they're kind of in a tricky spot. Because wasn't that long ago where the Dolphins had all these draft picks and they had accumulated a lot of capital and they'd build up a pretty good defense. And then they bring in this offensive mind. We saw the big numbers they put up in the early part of the season. You thought, man, these guys could be for real. And it turned out, and some of it was injury, certainly. It'd be interesting to see if the Dolphins would have had their regular pass rush, if that game would have been at least more competitive. I'm not saying they would have won, but I think it could have been more competitive.
The fact that they never were able to really push the ball downfield, that they kept dumping the ball off on 3rd and long,
right?
In way too many situations.
I'd really like to see and hope that Mike McDaniel learned from a lot of his play calling decisions this season too, because he tried to get way too cute with a lot of things just to try to throw people off instead of just doing things that would work.
Don't forget, Miami, they should have beaten Tennessee.
Yeah.
On Monday night.
The defense,
they win that game, then that Buffalo game on Sunday night doesn't mean a damn thing.
Mm-hmm. And they're hosting.
And they would have been hosting.
Yeah, it is interesting how it's like, what, oh boy.
Oh my
What
gosh.
changes about their season if they don't have to play in negative whatever degree weather? I still think that Tua is a question mark, but maybe it's not as noticeable, when you go out there and have to play like that. I do like what Katie says. He says, Dolphins are a team that needs to take a quarterback in the first 3 rounds this year and let the guy sit. Tua just isn't it. I can't believe that McDaniel would just continue to ride that train. And it's funny, again, with Jordan Love, like the guy before him, guys who sat for years. And I know that, Caleb Williams will get drafted first overall, and Drake May will get drafted, and Jaden Daniels and Michael Penix. And a lot is going to be asked of those guys immediately because that's what we do right now. But yet, the best performance of the weekend, in my opinion, was a guy who sat. Now, I guess CJ Stroud would be the argument for, but you can also do it, first thing too.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Like, there are multiple paths to do it. It doesn't just have to be one or the other. But yeah, I mean, given that offense and, the players around him, maybe you just roll the 5th-year option over. You see what you have for one more season, but you draft a quarterback and you go from there. But you don't sign him to anything long-term.
Well, coming up in content, Caleb Williams did make it official. Also, there's a ray of sunshine.
I guess the clouds are parting a bit.
There is a ray of sunshine to this bitter cold.
Okay.
That's coming up in content. It is still 21-7 Buffalo, but the Steelers are hanging in there. They got a little bit of a drive going on right now. They're around midfield. Buffalo went 3 and out on their first possession. This kind of feels like one of those games. If Pittsburgh can score here and make it a 1-score game, then
suddenly it's very interesting.
Maybe things get a little tighter in Buffalo, and the snowballs start flying for a different reason. Content next on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Lanahaw Nurseries has been your dependable full-service source for locally grown trees, plants, and landscape materials. Rooted in tradition, our products and services are consistently ranked best of Omaha in quality and value. From design to install, our experts are here to help bring your landscape vision to life. Start your next project this weekend. Visit us at 192nd and Center, Lanahaw Nurseries, your homegrown headquarters since 1974.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant, exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Save now during the Start Something New sales event happening now at Woodhouse Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Get up to $13,000 off MSRP on the 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn and Laramie, or choose 3.9% APR for 72 months. From work to play, our lineup of trucks offers advanced towing and hauling capabilities, plus a cabin with plenty of space for your crew and traveling essentials. Ram 1500 is the most luxurious and technologically advanced Ram 1500 ever, based on standards and available features offered. Get started today at WoodhouseCDJRBellevue.com or WoodhouseChryslerJeepDodge.com to find your next vehicle. Serving you since 1991, this is Woodhouse. With approved credit. Tax, title, license extra. Woodhouse discount of $5,500. Manufacturer incentive of $4,500. Lease loyalty bonus cash of $3,000. When financed through Chrysler Capital. $299 doc fee due at signing. Stock number C240142. Offer expires 1/31/24. See dealer for details.
The Beatles come to life in Revolution, the music of the Beatles, a symphonic experience featuring the Omaha Symphony. January 20th and 21st at the Holland Center. Accompanied by hundreds of rare and unseen photos with stunning video and animation, Revolution takes audiences on a magical musical and visual journey with top performers and vocalists and the music you know and love. Tickets start at $20. Visit omahasymphony.org to get your tickets today before Revolution, the music of the Beatles, a symphonic experience, sells out.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Steelers get a field goal, and now it's a 21-10 game.
Indeed.
Chaos bracket.
All right, let's not go that far yet.
Let's settle down.
Former Heisman winner Caleb Williams has officially declared for the NFL draft. Make the call. Where does he end up, and will he have long-term success in the league?
I still think the Bears are not going to draft a quarterback.
Okay, so we disagree then. I think they will.
I don't know.
I think they're going to trade away Justin Fields to the Falcons.
Is that the move, or is the move to parlay that number 1 overall pick, and you've already got the number 9 overall pick, and maybe accumulate more picks for a team who's hungry for a quarterback?
Oh,
because
what's for dinner? A quarterback.
Washington and New England draft 2nd and 3rd. It looks like the Cardinals are going to probably hold on to Kyler Murray for now. Chargers, albeit with a mid quarterback, have one.
Very mid.
Literally the most mid.
You got the Giants, the Titans. I mean, there might be someone who might make a move. I mean, I think he'll be the first quarterback taken. It honestly depends on what the Bears do. Just got a feeling the Bears are going to trade that pick and try to get more capital.
And you think they keep Justin Fields? Or you think
they
draft
keep
someone
Justin
else?
Fields.
So I think he'll go to the Bears. I think they're going to trade Justin Fields. And I think Caleb Williams, well, I want to say he's going to be good because I do think he's super duper talented. The issue with him, if I say he's good with the Bears, is first of all, it's the Bears. And they've never had good quarterbacks. And also, Eberflus isn't the guy. Like, I feel like they're making a mistake bringing him back this offseason with all of these good coaches on the market. So you know what? I'm going to say no because he's going to go to Chicago. He will not be good. Sorry, Caleb.
Monday has arrived and Jim Harbaugh still isn't in the NFL. Given the game we discussed earlier involving one of your 2 favorite teams, how wide open is the chase for the new Mr. H?
I don't know if it's as wide open as I would like it to be. You know, he spoke with the Chargers today, as we mentioned earlier. That is the first formal interview that he has done with anybody. Dallas, as of 5:38 p.m. Central Time, still does have their head coach. The Patriots, which was another franchise that we talked about a lot as a potential landing spot for him. Of course, they announced Gerard Mayo as their guy last week.
And the Bears haven't done anything yet. And of course, that was the so-called natural tie. So I don't think there's any prospects there.
Yeah, I think it might be the Chargers. I mean, you would figure if Dallas is going to move on from McCarthy, it would happen within the next 24 hours.
Well, who else is going to interview Harbaugh? Are the Seahawks going to interview Harbaugh?
Yeah, we talk about rivalries in college football. Rivalries in the NFL. I mean, he was on the other side of that rivalry. Now that's a decade ago, and
and remember, it didn't end the best.
No.
So if he wanted to maybe stick it to a team that maybe he felt like if he had been treated a little bit better, he might still be there, and they might have won more games together.
Yeah, Washington's obviously out there. Carolina is out there. I wouldn't want to go there.
Harbaugh's not going to Carolina.
Hell no. He's going to go somewhere where he can win, and you can't win right now in Carolina.
No.
On Friday, you both guessed how many people would watch my Miami Dolphins play football Saturday night, and you were both wrong.
Yeah, we were wrong. One person that we thought for sure was going to watch this game did not.
I watched more of the game than I didn't.
Brought down the ratings.
Yep.
23 million people opened up an app and clicked the play button on Dolphins Chiefs. 23 million. That number is actually bigger than last year's Chargers-Jaguars game at the same time that aired on NBC. Streaming is here to stay, ain't it?
Well, what I found interesting was because the official numbers weren't expected until later this week, and there's been this whole falderall that started this year with how Amazon was going to get their numbers reported by Nielsen, who are the folks who do the television ratings, and there was controversy over what actually counts as a rating because linear television and streaming are different and blah, blah, blah. But that NBC would just come right out and say, nope, this is what we did. And how much that number jibes with the number that the official number that we'll get later this week will be interesting. But I would be hard-pressed to think that NBC would be knowingly inflating a number that they know will be adjusted.
Yeah.
So this has to be a correct number. Think about this. There were roughly 30 million subscribers to Peacock.
That's the thing that blows my mind.
So you know that not all of these 23 million were existing Peacock subscribers. So this definitely did what it was supposed to do.
Yep.
It drove people to the website. It drove people to the app. It got people to spend the $5.99. Absolutely. The streaming is here to stay. We are going to have at least one streamed playoff game, maybe two, every year from here on out.
My guess next year is 2. There is one partner now that does not. Sorry, there's a big fourth down play. Oh, they didn't stop
He got him.
So right
got
now
it.
there is one television partner with the NFL that does not air a playoff game. Everyone else does. That's Amazon. Amazon, I'm going to put it on the list. Amazon will air a playoff game next season. I know we talked about it at some point over the last couple of weeks. I think this is going to allow them to really go forward with that plan, and I think you're right. So moving forward, there will be at least 2 streaming games.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
So Josh Allen, 4th and 1 at midfield, dives into the pile. He ends up almost surfing the crowd and gets pulled across the line. You got to watch it. The angle from above was amazing because it looked like he was crowd surfing, and then someone grabbed him by his leg and pulled him across for the first down.
That seems illegal.
It does, but it's not because of the brotherly shove.
This is the brotherly pull, which is also why Nick wasn't watching the beginning of that game on Saturday.
Bronny James made his first start of the weekend.
Bronny James.
Going 0-7 with a couple 0-4-7?
Yep.
With a couple boards and an assist. Are you interested at all in watching what he does the rest of the season?
Not really. You know, I thought when he first signed that I was like going to be like, yeah, I'll tune in. Seems like he just kind of stinks. You know, like, so there's like the weird factor of like, it's LeBron's son, but it just doesn't seem like he's that good.
Well, and remember, he's coming back from a major heart episode that derailed his season. So I don't think you're getting the full Bronny James experience. I think his season would have gone much differently without the episode than it has with. I just hope that, you know, health-wise, he maintains good health there. But this year, I'm kind of dismissing as kind of a throwaway year because I don't think it's really hard to be all the way back. I mean, Damar Hamlin is only playing a little bit of special teams a year after his episode, and he's not the same player he was. So, yeah, I'll wait till next year before I make any bold proclamations on what Bronny is doing on the basketball floor.
People forget that all 3 of our teams had their off seasons end this weekend, beginning the start of the long, dark, cold off season. Why will each of our teams have a better year in 2024 than 23? And why will it be more of the same or worse?
The Rams are a year ahead of schedule. Our core is coming back. Matthew Stafford is motivated and ready to go. We have a first-round draft pick for the first time in 7 years. People forget our first-round draft pick did win a playoff game last night. Our last first-round draft pick.
That's true. So why will they stink next year?
They're not. They're not going to stink next year.
You can't find any reasons?
No.
Okay.
They're going to be better next year because we're going to have cap space. We're going to be able to go out and maybe make some trades again. I'm looking forward to this offseason so we can build this thing up. Because after Frisco has one of their great disappointments in franchise history, they're going to be on the come down.
On the come?
On their come down.
Oh.
We're going to be ready to take back the West again. Looking forward to 2024. Let's go.
Why will it be better? Maybe they'll have a new head coach who is mentally tougher in January. Why will it be more of the same or worse? Because nothing ever changes.
The Dolphins, while they'll be better, McDaniel seems like for the most part he learns from his mistakes and he runs a pretty tight ship. He's pretty good about making people show what they can do. While they'll be worse is where a lot of key guys are probably not coming back because of the cap and the window's closing just a little bit more. I think this would have been the perfect season. And now it's gone. It's dead.
RIP.
How much attention will you be paying to the Polynesian Bowl?
I mean, look, I'll hop on Twitter a couple of times on Friday night. I have no doubt about that. We'll see tweet. No, never mind. The game's going to be late. Not a whole lot. Not really. I mean, I'll probably see him on Saturday morning when I wake up, but I vow to not read any articles about the Polynesian Bowl.
Well, there's no takeaways from it. I mean, again, if you think of football as a big, delicious pot of chili, spring games are like if you took a gallon of water and poured it in that bowl of chili. It's watered down. It barely looks and tastes like chili. The Polynesian Bowl and games like it are as if you took the pot of chili and dumped it into the Pacific Ocean.
Which makes it salty.
It does make it salty.
And it's
full of
basically chum for the Sharks. This game has zero meaning. I do not care. The only thing that can come from this is bad stuff. You don't want anyone getting hurt.
Don't put that out into the ether. Don't you say
Or the
that.
ocean. I don't understand why these things exist in the first place. What is its point?
John, it is a great point, given that we care so much, gosh, about player safety these days, that there's these random bowl games that don't really serve a purpose anymore. I don't get it.
I mean, we're getting rid of Pro Bowls and other all-star
It's like
games.
a caucus. Caucus is a thing of an old time.
Yes.
All-American bowls are of old times. By the way, happy caucus night.
Happy caucus. Jed Fish is the man asked to take up from where Kalen DeBoer left off at Washington. What do we think of this new addition to the Big Ten's coaching ranks?
I mean, he did a wondrous job this year for the Arizona Wildcats. They ended up with, 10 wins?
Yes, they did.
Most wins that they had.
They ended on a 7-game win streak.
Yeah, most wins that they had in a long time. That said, and I'm not trying to cast aspersions on Mr. Fish with an H, or a C rather, is what I was trying to go for there. But he was 5-7 the year before that and 1-11 the year before that. Now, I know he took over a pretty awful situation. I just don't know if this is going to be like the slam dunk move. Like Kalen DeBoer, I believe in that guy. I do need to see a little bit more from Mr. Fish.
Mr. Fish.
By the way, Washington ended up ahead financially. So they had to pay $5.5 million in buyout for Fish. They got $12 million in the buyout for DeBoer. So they came out $6.5 million ahead.
Congrats to Washington making a little extra coin. By the way, Bills just picked up a big first down.
They're driving up 21-10 late third quarter, but players are starting to go down. I'm wondering if the hard field conditions are at play.
Getting to them. Yeah.
Sacramento Kings coach Mike Brown brought out his laptop to show the inconsistency of foul calls at his team game versus Milwaukee and why he got kicked out of the game. How much will this cost him at the pay window?
Probably a lot, but I like the sentiment. He was trying to depict how, some hooking fouls get called one way and not the other, and he brought out the laptop and showed everybody what was going
Certainly
down.
a different tact than Rick Pitino took in his post game. He's like, I'm not talking about the ref. Rick Pitino like me, Mike Brown like you.
Mike Brown, smart, showing visual evidence of how people aren't doing very good jobs and aren't very accountable in the public.
Mike Brown also never won a championship as a head coach.
Well, that's
like
true.
My guy Rick Pitino
I have
has.
never won a national championship as a coach.
But I win a national championship every day when I get to work with you, John.
And me, right?
Not after what you said about your playoff game,
you
Nick.
said, man. Holy moly.
Well, how about this for a ray of sunshine and warmth? At the end of this miserable first 2 weeks of the year, check out the 8 to 14-day outlook from the National Weather Service.
The whole country is above global warming.
Of course, this is what you do. You always have to make it political. You can't just get a little excited about, 30-degrey weather coming into town.
Well, it says above normal is likely.
It's
at the end of the month. Maybe we'll actually get some snow melt.
So let me see what day. So Friday, the high is 3, the low is -24.
Cool.
2 days later, it'll be in the 20s. Monday, it'll be in the 30s. So a week from today, it'll be in the 30s. After what we have dealt with this week, what is 30 degrees going to feel like?
Wonderful.
I mean, it really will.
It's going to feel like the 2006 Big 12 championship game.
The coldest game of all time. It was 28 degrees. Man, I hope that we get some sun. I know that some people are like, I don't like actually all of the ice melting because then overnight it's going to refreeze, but we got to get
you got to get rid of it somehow.
Yeah.
We can't keep this crap forever.
Yeah,
why don't we just light it on fire? Put some gas on there?
No, you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, don't do that, Nick.
It's illegal.
Nice breakup there in the end zone, denying Buffalo a touchdown. It is 3 minutes left in the third. Buffalo 21, Pittsburgh 10. Buffalo is at the Steeler 30 and going to face a 3rd and long.
By the way, just got a message from a friend of the Grum, Michael Sevier. By the way, no in-person school for OPS tomorrow.
Good.
John, they're learning. It's just they're learning on computers, like how you and I did our show on Friday on computers.
Snow days don't exist anymore, and I feel bad for these kids.
Feel tough. It's a tough look out there.
Shouldn't exist.
John, it's going to be negative 30 degrees tomorrow.
Don't you remember being a child and enjoying a snow day?
Yes, it actually happened when it was snowing at the time. But then the snow stopped and they plowed the streets and we went to school the next day.
They don't plow streets anymore.
They don't.
The only thing getting plowed is, well, you know.
Yeah, and then they're missing the first half of playoff games.
Yeah.
It wasn't the first half.
It's most of it, though.
You missed the best part.
When did, real quick, let's go to break and I'll look up something.
What's for dinner is next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
It's the most time-honored tradition to start the weekend, grabbing a cold one from a local Nebraska brewery. Let's be real here. It's cold outside, and you don't want to drink the same boring beer as those Hawkeye fans. Drink Nebraska-brewed beer, cider, or seltzers instead. Each week, we're putting the spotlight on a unique Nebraska brewery with One Beer Friday. Share your brew on social media with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you'll be entered to win a $25 gift card to a local Nebraska brewery. Nebraska is the good life with great beer. Click nebraska.beer to learn more.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The world's on fire. Attacks in the Middle East, Ukraine and Russia at war. And right here, Joe Biden has created a dangerous threat to every American. Biden's open border policies have opened the floodgates to a record number streaming in, 12,000 in one day alone. This means increased terrorist threats and even more deadly fentanyl being delivered to our neighborhoods. President Trump will change that. He'll secure our borders by building even more wall. He'll end visitors from terrorist countries being allowed to enter. And Trump will treat the drug cartels the same as he treated terrorists who kill Americans. President Trump, the strength to protect our borders and our families.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
At Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Midlands, one youth, one mentor, plus one moment could unlock limitless potential. When you sign up to become a mentor, you're matched up 1-to-1 with a child in the Omaha community. Sign up today at mentoromaha.org.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
So nice.
The 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up.
Oh,
and on the
shut
way
up, Dan
we're gonna bite a
Campbell.
kneecap off.
Shut up.
Trust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
Yeah, you did that to Tyler Higbee last night, you dirty jerks.
You know I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors. And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Man, another injury. Oh, his head
Well,
hits the
yeah,
turf.
see, that's the thing.
Jeez.
This hard turf, and unlike Kansas City, that has
the coils.
Well, I think it's water. It's not the actual coils.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's like water heated underneath.
Oh,
but
what's for dinner? The heated water.
Apparently, the new Bills Stadium, the one they're building, will have that. But
Yes.
This one does not.
No, it does not.
And people are dropping like flies. What is for dinner tonight? One of my kids' favorites: cheesy scallop potatoes and ham.
Yum.
Oh, speaking of potatoes, it sounds like we're having baked potato soup.
Wow.
I don't know what that is.
Ooh, I think you'll like it.
I don't like soup.
What?
Oh man, you got to give soup a chance. A really well-made soup,
Like peace?
Yeah, but soup.
What
Yeah.
John Lennon, he once said it, give soup a
give
chance.
soup a chance.
She did make this lasagna soup recently that I was a fan of.
See?
Because it was hearty. It filled me
Yeah.
up.
Okay,
I
so
don't like chicken
all right.
noodle soup.
So maybe you're more of a stew guy.
See if she'll maybe find a good recipe for a cheeseburger soup.
Oh,
It's really good.
it's good.
Okay. That sounds tasty.
Yeah, it's good. Soup. I think you think too much of soup is very liquidy.
I do. That's why I don't like it.
The baked potato soup is a creamier soup. It is a hearty soup.
Speaking of cream, Nick,
I'm having creamy potato soup.
are you really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Did you have creamy potato soup on Saturday too?
No, that's what I think the other person had.
I went to the grocery store the other day and I got one of those bags where it's like premixed soup. You just have to put it in water and heat it up.
There you go.
Super easy and low maintenance.
Super easy.
I like soup.
Sad Husker fan says, baked potato soup is good stuff. Kevin says, I'll still give Nick props for calling the Houston win. His insanity is entertaining.
Thank you, Kevin. The chaos bracket. There's still a chance.
No.
I don't know why, but I should. I listening to that game on the way home from the Creighton game, I'm like, why did I pick the Browns?
I know.
Why did I pick the Browns?
You know what? It's funny. One of the things that we talked about last week going into the game and the weeks before, whenever we would do our rankings, was but at some point Joe Flacco is going to fall apart. And man, it just when he falls apart, he falls apart.
Yeah, he does.
Not great.
All right, so tomorrow we'll recap of today. This
Yep,
game's
yeah.
still going on,
Yeah.
and of course the Eagles and the Bucks. This is like one of the least anticipated playoff games I can ever remember.
And I thought I'd have a dub in my back pocket, and so it puts all the more pressure on tonight for me as a human. And you're gone. It's the Jimmy Allen experience tomorrow. And the next day. And the next day you're gone too.
You just
Can't wait to see you on Friday, John. Gallivanting around the country.
I'm gallivanting, John.
Oh, you won't even be here. You'll be gone.
I'll be commercialing.
Bye.